September of 24. So,
Damn, I used to get banned like every 2 weeks.
dude, yeah, no, I believe it because they just be saying shit. But I don't know. There is a point where I hate saying this on live because somebody's going to hear it and then they'll take it in. But TikTok stopped caring about slurs.
Damn,
Yeah,
I'm still not going back. Uh, I
I don't blame you.
enjoy, I enjoy the YouTube sphere. I ain't going back on TikTok. Guys, 336-543-2101. It's calling it now with Jovan and Ari. You guys have so little Jimmy this month. Aren't you happy? Aren't you?
Uh, Make
Make
sure
me
you are
excited.
sending your super chats with the hashtag. What is it?
Go fuck yourself, Jimmy.
GFYJ. Yeah. I was trying to do the acronym and then that takes me a moment to think it through.
I'm like on the end of this cold, man. I can't wait. This cough is almost gone. We can do it, chat. We can do
We can do this.
it.
Yeah, I get someone just said Ari has wild callers. No, I get all of the crazy callers. I think most of them just want to try to yell at a woman.
Oh shit, true.
Yeah. People are like, I feel so bad for the callers you get. I don't. I know what to expect. They do it on purpose. They're not
I
good people.
I today my calls have been fucking going crazy. Today was nuts. Today I had some nutty calls. So we'll see
Ooh.
what we get today. Here on Calling It Now, where we take calls now, and you can call it being the phone number 336-543-2101. You can call
Yes.
it right now and talk
The
to us
number's
about
on the
so many
screen.
things. I
The
mostly want
number
to
is
talk
on.
about Iran. That's been my
Oh,
it's been
agreed. I do love hearing people, you know, say that that's an okay thing. Speaking of, give me 1 second. I forgot to feed the dog.
oh, and Ari's gone. Now
He's
it's
only a
just
moment late.
me, chat. It's just me. Gang, 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 gang. Me, 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 me. Wait, could you guys hear the could you guys hear the sound effect? Or could you not hear the sound effect? I don't know actually.
I could hear
Could you
it.
hear that? Oh, sweet. I haven't done this yet with Jimmy here. He'll probably get annoyed, but considering he's annoyed me with bits, I'm going to annoy him with these bits. Get it?
You
You
have
get it?
sound.
Oh, hell
How do
yeah,
you
I have
get
so
your
many.
How do you get your soundboard to be heard in Zoom? I'm worried that like my things that I would play wouldn't play in here.
Everything routes through a separate audio mixer for me. So the Zoom just hears
Ooh.
whatever the auto mixer hears.
Hello.
So
I
I
have
have an
meme
audio
sounds.
mixer, but I haven't messed with it to try to get it to work in Zoom and whatnot. I guess maybe I should try
Mine's
because I have
digital,
a
so it's
same.
nice and simple. It
Mine is
goes nice
also
and easy.
digital.
Zaddy, chill.
I have one. I'll have to send it to you. So people get so mad at me for using a cuss word or two and
Oh, fuck that.
whatever it is. Yeah, I have there's somebody that will go back and watch my lives. Well, if we give him a timestamp, he'll clip it and make it into like a sound. So now my favorite thing is to play where it says, "Did I hurt your princess feelings?" saying fuck.
I wonder if like, because there's hours, hours on the internet of my voice. I wonder if someone could take enough clips so I could run a whole debate without ever having to actually talk.
Someone could.
That
Like
would be
that would
so funny.
totally possible. You just be like playing all the buttons.
That would actually be so good. I want to do that now. Chat, who's going to take up the call? Who's going to be the person to do it? I'm definitely not. But which one of you
Oh,
is going to take up the mantle?
somebody
Hmm.
could. Like there's so much like that could be for anybody at this, well, not anybody, but people that have been doing this for at least 2 years could probably snip together something and make it all a thing.
It could definitely be done. Could definitely be then. Guys, we already
For
got a
sure.
call, but we're gonna take them in a second. Let's see if we can't get some more people to call in while we right before we take the call. 336-543-2101 is that number. If you want to debate MAGA, if you're scared, call in. Tell us how Trump is not failing in Iran. Tell us how you want to continue to just be anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ. Tell us how you
All the
think
time.
Republicans are helping Americans. Tell us why you think capitalism is good.
Oof.
You can't defend any of these positions. Only one position can be defended, and that's missionary. Let's bring up John, who is a MAGA calling in from Arizona. John, you are on the line with Jovan and Ari. How are you doing tonight, John?
Hey, how you doing?
We're chilling, John. We're chilling. Now, is currently a live chat, John, of almost 800 people watching you right now. And we're just wondering, should they call you he, she, they, or something else?
Yeah, Jimmy suggested I call in and talk to you the other day, and I said to him, I said, this is all very weird and bizarre to me, but I guess you can call me he.
It's weird. If it's weird to call you he, John, we'll call you something else.
Yeah, just
Well,
tell us something else.
Well, no, he's fine. Look, this is all my personal opinion. And I was trying to tell Jimmy this, that like this whole pronoun phenomenon, it's really, nobody ever asked me.
Phenomenon.
Like, we didn't talk this way. And well,
Grammar?
English
just
language
odd.
is a phenomenon?
Well, nobody ever really asked like what are your pronouns until what would we say, about a decade or less ago? Is that fair?
Nobody ever asked anybody for their cell phone numbers until cell phones existed, and then we all got used to doing that too, right?
Or email address.
Yeah.
Or your mailing address.
But I don't think those are. Well, look, I think it's. Look,
When
this
did
is one
wait?
of the things
Actually,
I called about.
I have an interesting one. When did
ahead.
"What are you wearing" start being a question?
What are you wearing?
Shorts and t-shirt.
I don't know what you're.
I froze again. The fudge buckets. He doesn't get it. Jake from State Farm.
Jovan, will you look at Discord?
Oh yeah.
There, I'm not frozen now.
Okay.
Am I still with? Hello?
That makes so much more sense now.
So, John, I hear there's something you want to tell us about race. Is that correct?
Yeah, like I said, this is all my personal opinion. Yeah, race is not a social construct, and neither is gender. They're
race is not a
biological
social
realities,
construct.
Yeah, gender. When I was born, the doctor said it's a boy. I'm a man. I have a Johnson, and this is where I think the
Well,
left
if
is
the
crazy,
doctor
but you wanna
says it,
talk
it
about-
must be true, right?
Well, there are rare cases of intersex, but
if the
they're very
doctor,
rare. I think the
so wait, but doctors have told us that there's no race gene. So you agree with them, right?
a race gene. Well, I just would tell you that if I do a DNA test, they're going to tell me, that I'm
Just
Irish,
took a
I'm German,
DNA
I'm
test.
Canadian,
Just
Oh.
found out that I'm.
John, you don't know how DNA
Well, I
tests
can't
work,
be.
do
I
you?
can't be. Well, I can't be African, right? I can't be black, can I? Because I'm not. It's just
Being
innate.
Being African doesn't mean you're black, John. It means you're African. That's a nationality. That's not even a nationality. That's a continent.
Well, South Africans that are white are just the Dutch. That came down to Africa,
northern
like in the 1600s.
Africans that are white, John.
Yeah, there's northern
Being
Africans.
African has
Yeah,
nothing to do with what your skin color is, John. It has to do with whether or not you were born on the continent of Africa. Egyptians are African.
Well, right, but Native Americans are different than like Americans, right? Because there's a specific,
indigenous
ethnicity
people,
or
indigenous people
Yeah,
would be
indigenous.
people that are indigenous to the Americas, but they are still American.
Well, yeah, no, I know they're still Americans, but what I'm saying is the ethnicity or the ancestry is different, and I just consider race as a cluster of.
Can you point me to the black
ethnicities.
gene?
You know,
Can you point me to
Europeans
what the
are white.
black gene is specifically? Like, what is the black gene? What
Ooh, we
gene
need
makes
to
me
find
black?
that. Also, did you see
Black gene. Well, I
my
mean, there's
message in
genes that
Discord?
there's genes that control for melanin, but that's
That's
not
not what
like,
I.
you know, there's
That's not what
people
I
from
asked
like
though. What is the black gene, John? If race is genetic and race is determined by your genetics, that means there's a gene that determines if I'm black. What is that gene?
I don't know what gene is.
Even God doesn't
Not
want you to have
the
this conversation right now.
not the MAGA Trump phone Wi-Fi. Dude, man, I need my hold music now. Oh, there he is. Sort of.
Yeah, if the call drops, I'll call back in. Can you hear me okay?
John, how do you account? We'll see if it works. How do you account for the fact that black people from Africa, right, like just people from Africa in general, are more genetically diverse than black and white people put together from Europe? There's more genetic
Well,
diversity
that
within
might be.
African groups.
Well, how do you break that? What are you? How would you explain that? For example, like there might be
The fact that race is not genetic. That's
very
how I
tall.
explain that.
Well, there might be very tall people and very short people in Africa, so there'd be a lot of genetic diversity in terms of height, but there wouldn't be the genetic diversity that there would be for like melanin. So that's a bit of a misleading thing to say.
John, does melanin determine your race?
It's part of it, but like I said, I mean, like people from India can be very dark and they're not African. So it's not just it's not.
So then
just,
what makes race, John?
Well, look, let me answer. You know, it's not just skin color, but it's also other features like facial features and bone structure.
Which
and
facial
teeth
features?
structure. Right. I mean,
which facial features specifically?
you know, maybe lip size or ear shape.
So white people have what type of lips are genetically white?
Oh, just in general, I'd probably say thinner, but it can probably vary a little bit.
Center?
Thinner.
He said, what is a center lip size?
I said thinner.
Thinner. Oh, I thought he said center. I'm so sorry, everyone. Yes.
So are black people with thin lips white?
No.
Oh,
no.
Are white people with thicker lips, are they black?
No, this is silly though. Like you want another
so
one.
Lip size doesn't make you.
So not a defining factor.
So lip size is not a trait.
This is just, I don't.
Interesting.
I mean, I know it just seems like you're diverting here. I mean, it's.
We're diverting. I asked you for the gene that makes someone black, and you haven't been able to give it to me. You've not answered that question.
But
so who's diverting?
Well, are you denying that if somebody does a DNA test with 23andMe or Ancestry.com, they're going to tell them their ethnicity?
Ancestry.com is not a DNA test; it's an ancestral tree. But yes, when you take a DNA test, it doesn't look at whether you're or not you are black. DNA tests can't tell you if you're black. They can tell you what part of the world people have common features that like you do. So it doesn't say you're 20% black. It would say, hey, you shared DNA. Part of your DNA is shared by a large group that could be in sub-Saharan Africa, or part of your DNA is shared by a large group that could be in Ireland, or part of your DNA is shared by a large group that could be in like Saudi Arabia, right? That's how DNA tests work. They don't tell you if you're black or white. I don't know that you've ever had a DNA test, so you might not have known that.
We just cluster like Europeans are white, right? I mean, if they're ethnically,
there are some
German
Europeans that are white.
Norwegian.
There are some Europeans that are not white.
Okay, but are ethnically people from Norway who have blonde hair and blue eyes, they'd be white, right?
There are some white Norwegians, and there are some people who are not white Norwegian. Do you think everybody who's been born in the country of Norway is white? Do you think every single person who's been born in the country of Norway is white?
Well, not if like African immigrants come into Norway, of course not. But this is the whole
everybody.
point.
If you go back far enough, everybody in Norway was an immigrant. So what is the?
Why don't we? I mean, I'm assuming you agree. You believe in evolution.
God does not
I
want you
do.
to have this conversation. God does not want you
Not
to
at
have this conversation.
all.
He keeps blocking your signal there. We can't hear you. You sound like a robot.
What? You can't hear me?
Now we can.
You're back now.
Hello?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, if the call drops, I'll call back in. But I believe in evolution. Do you?
Yep, but evolution isn't about race. So I don't know where this is going.
Of course it
Sounds
is.
like it's not going to go somewhere intelligent.
Well, of course it is. Well, of course it is. Of course. Look. About you, modern humans descended from Homo erectus about 300,000 years ago. Modern humans left Africa about 100,000 years ago. There were 2 or 3 ice ages: 70,000, 28,000,
Damn.
10,000. Humans went
Notice
into
none
Africa.
of this is the
Humans
black
went
gene.
into Asia.
I know, right?
Well, dude, I mean, nobody's ever, but there's a evolutionary process for different.
What's the black gene,
Can you not?
John? What is the black gene?
Okay, dude, nobody's ever
What
talked to
gene
me
makes
about
me
a black
black?
gene. I can look.
Oh, so then races. It's not genetic. There isn't a gene that makes me black.
No.
But then how do we test? How do we test by DNA?
We
where
don't.
people come
I've already
from?
explained to you. We don't test your race.
Well, what the hell?
We just look at where you're
dude,
from.
Wait, you're not.
Do I have to explain it again?
Dude,
I will.
Can you look at somebody who's like Japanese and mistake them for somebody who's Irish or German? You can just tell by looking at somebody.
There are German Japanese people.
There's mixed ethnicity, sure. There's mixed race people. I never said there wasn't, but people who are ethnically Japanese, you're not going to.
I would talk about like nationality. If we're talking about countries, those are nationalities.
Yeah.
If we want to talk about like ethnic groups, yeah, Japanese people tend to fall in line with like Asian ethnic groups, right? Because that's just the type. That's just the people who immigrated to that area.
What race are Japanese people?
Well,
I'd say they're Southeast. Excuse me. I'd say they're East Asian.
According to the United States Census, they're just Asian.
Yeah, I'd say East Asian, but yeah, Asian's
I think it's
fine.
Asian and Pacific Asian.
But how do we know? But how do we know they're Asian? We look at them and we can do a test on them with
no,
if you don't like the word genetic, we'll just
your eyes test people.
There is no DNA tests. Do not tell you race. It just tells you what area of the world you share common features with. It doesn't tell you race. There
that we
is no
classify into
when
races.
they look because race is a social construct of classification that is placed upon you by typically a legal system. You just said we classify you based on shared traits, not based on some DNA. It's just a classification yes, classification. The way we classify stuff is socially constructed. Classifications are social constructs.
I was just disagreeing. It's not socially constructed.
All classifications are socially constructed. Every single one of them. Every classification that exists is a social construct.
Is gravity a social construct?
Nope, because gravity is not a classification system.
Well, what do you mean by a classification system?
When humans classify things into groups, that is those classification systems are socially constructed.
So there's different groups of like cats, right? There's tigers and there's lions. Are they socially constructed too?
Yep, those classifications would be socially constructed. Yes, thank you for learning how classification works. Bam, bam.
Well, but see, I disagree, man. But this is postmodern.
What do you disagree? Wait. What do you disagree based on? Like, what are you basing your disagreement on?
Well, if you just look at a tiger or a lion, they have different features that you can. They're different. They're different.
My bad. I didn't realize that our disagreement was. I didn't realize our disagreements were based on just look at it. My bad. Shit. If we're doing just look at it, damn, you got me.
Well, just when
I
you
don't do.
wait,
I
you're
don't
telling me
base my
there's not a
disagreements
difference
on
between.
feelings. Fun fact.
Well, you're telling me you can't look at a tiger or a lion and tell the difference? Is that
Hey
what you're
It's
telling
a
Ari.
me?
Hey
it's a
Ari, help me
social.
out here.
What's
Help
up?
me out here.
Look,
If a bunch of
just
people, Ari,
answer
help
that
me out here.
question.
Help me out here, Ari. If a bunch of people are
You
looking
won't
at
answer,
something,
will you?
if a bunch of people are looking at something, Ari, and they're
Mhm.
collectively agreeing what they're going to classify that thing as, might that be something that was constructed socially?
That does sound like a group of people in a social setting making a decision to classify something. It sounds just like their social construct.
Oh shit! Who would have
Shit,
guessed? Except
man.
every
Well,
fucking taxonomist.
Everyone but John, I guess.
so you can't look at a lion and a tiger and tell they're different.
Yes,
It's
we
very simple yes or
can,
no question.
He doesn't.
sir.
He's not
You
even
can.
following the
Okay.
conversation. This is so
Hey,
funny, dude.
let's try this. Maybe we need a backup. John, can you define social construct?
Yeah, I would say that it's something agreed upon by people that exists outside of objective reality would be my basic definition for you. Like so for I can give you some
Oh,
examples. I'd say the fact that we assign a value to paper money, or we agree that the color red exists on the light spectrum. There's physics beyond it, but the fact that we stop at a red light and we agree to
So
that's socially constructed.
you mean to tell me that maybe wait, you mean to tell me that if humans agree on some type of value placement on a thing, that that's a social construct, almost like when we create categories of things and we categorize different species as felines, that category would be a socially constructed thing that doesn't exist in nature because the category only serves a purpose to help humans recognize and engage with said thing? Huh. Who'd have thunk?
I
and
I think this is
how is it?
I
So,
don't.
objective reality means that it's the reality for all things and people, correct?
There's a couple ways to think about this, so we can
No,
lock
there's
down the
not.
definition if you want. It's
No, there's
is
truly
it
only
something that
one
exists?
meaning
Well, wait a
for
minute.
objective and what it means. Like, so it's
Does it
universally
exist?
accepted
Does it
at all
exist?
times.
Does it exist outside the human mind?
Yes, if it's objective, it's universally accepted at all times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's a question. Can dogs see the color red?
I just off the top of my head, I think dogs are colorblind,
They see in shades of blue.
but I'd have to look that up for you. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So colors now, if anyone was wondering, are social constructs. Even according to John, it's not objective reality.
You think colors are social constructs?
Yes,
Ain't
because
no way.
we have identified them.
Um. So, but colors do as physical property exist in a light spectrum, right?
Yes. Not
So if
disagreeing
it's outside
that colors exist. We are the ones that name the colors, right?
yeah, we name the colors, sure.
Mm-hmm. And not all animals or reptiles acknowledge what these colors are, what they mean.
So some animals can see colors, right?
Yes, certain colors can be seen by certain
Okay, so
animals and reptiles and
exist.
whatnot.
That would exist. Well, we just said that it existed outside the human mind. So if certain
No,
animals can
I
see them, then it
never
would be
said that.
objective
I
reality,
just said
right?
that if, no, I never said that. That was
We'll
what
have to
you
play it
said.
back. Look,
If it is objective reality, it is
no,
universal at all
you
times.
agreed.
No, I did
You
not
agreed
agree
Hey
with
with
John,
you.
hey John, why is it
Yeah, well,
in
we'll
the
have to watch it.
Japanese language they have one word for both blue and green that covers both of those colors?
Well, but green isn't green just a
But
mix of blue and
can
yellow?
you
Well,
answer
wait
the
a minute.
question I
Green is
just asked you?
well,
Why do they have one word that
my
covers
answer.
both the color blue and green?
I don't know, but I would say that isn't green just a mix of blue and yellow? Or am I wrong on that? Maybe I'm wrong.
Objection. Relevance.
Was that true? I can look it up.
Objection. Relevance. I don't know what this statement is and has any relevance to the question I asked you.
You know what, Jovan? I wonder if colors aren't even real.
I don't know why they would. I don't know why they wouldn't have a different word for blue and green, because they're different colors that they can clearly see. So I don't know the answer to your question. What's your answer?
Could it be that the way we classify colors is socially constructed? So they've classified green and blue together on the spectrum, and we've classified the spectrum differently because these classifications are socially constructed?
No, that sounds very silly to me, to be honest with you, because blue and green are distinct colors.
Ain't no way. John, is it that you're just having trouble getting there, or like, did you wake up this morning and just go, I'm going to just be as obstinate as I possibly can in understanding what social classification is?
I'm not trying to be. Look, I'm not trying to be obstinate. I genuinely think the political left is crazy. And if you want to get into the real issue,
who's talking about the political left? What? We're not talking about the left or right, John. Nobody's having that conversation.
Well, this is of course we are. Where do you think the idea of deconstruction came from?
God damn, John. Do you think black people? John, do you think black people have lower IQs than white people?
On average, yes.
And where do you get that? Where do you get that information from? What study specifically?
Oh hell, man! Just you do a quick search, you'll find that's the case. Are you saying that's not the case?
I just got to let you know, John. Only stupid people say that. Only stupid people, when you ask them for sources for their information, go, well, just look it up. No, you have the burden of proof here, and I'm not doing your job for you. So, John, can you prove to me that black people have lower IQs? Go ahead. Where's your source?
Okay, I'll look it up right now. Just one moment, okay?
Oh, wow, John, thanks.
Doing great.
Come prepared.
Did you see what I put in Discord?
No, let me look. Oh wait, yeah, I did, yeah.
They're having a field day. The number of text messages I've got is great. They're always looking out for this stuff. Like, oh, we know this person.
Yeah, I'm John Stone on TikTok. Okay, here we go. Brookings and Wikipedia. The average IQ. IQ.
I'm sorry. That's not Wikipedia. Is not a study. Do you have a study?
Brookings.
I don't know what Wikipedia. Wikipedia is not a study. Brookings isn't. What's the study name? Do I have to teach you how to use how to source things? If I'm writing a college essay, I wouldn't just write Wikipedia at the bottom.
No.
So you don't think Wikipedia or Brookings is a source?
I'm sorry. I asked specifically for a study.
Yep.
A study that proves the claim. Do you have this, John?
Okay, I'll look it up.
Sheesh.
It's just so odd. Oh, Wikipedia.
Okay.
I can't wait to get this study that he only read the first paragraph for. It's going to be amazing.
Or he didn't even read the abstract. He just read something else or the conclusion. He didn't read it.
Excited. I'm so excited. I'm so ready.
Let's go.
Okay. In the United States, African Americans are reported to have an average IQ scores ranging around 85.
Have I heard a study name yet? That wasn't a study name. That wasn't the name of a study. That wasn't the name of a study. That's crazy. What's the name of the study, John? God damn, this is embarrassing for you.
Oh, I'll keep. Yeah, I mean, I found all kinds of references. Okay.
Do you have a study name?
Understanding average IQ by race. Okay, I'll keep looking. I found it very quickly, but I'm still trying to find the study. I found the number immediately.
So what's the title? Can we at least know what you're reading?
Yeah, I'll keep looking for.
No.
Well, here I can give you the if you'd like the iffy.com.
What did he just say?
Iffy? Like IFFY?
No, ITHY.
Iffy.com. And it's so I'm sure I can just do like IQ.
It's just he's just using AI. He's just asking AI.
Is that it?
I'm not asking. Dude,
No way,
I'll read this. Data commonly cites. Well, here, I'll read this. Data commonly cites East Asian
you know what I love this
nationality
one?
Jews having the highest.
You know what I love? So I pulled up his source. Key takeaways. The very first bullet point. Genetic factors are not responsible for racial IQ disparities.
Damn. Your own study proved you wrong, John. How's that feel?
It's literally the first bullet point.
You didn't read it?
Well, wait a minute. You asked me.
Improvements
in
education and living conditions contribute to this trend, where it's narrowing. So education and living conditions. So access to education and poverty.
I can.
That's crazy,
if
Joe.
you want, I've definitely come across. Well, wait a minute. You asked me what the number was. I gave you a number.
No.
You said what study. When you confirm that the number I said is right, now it's the causes of it.
John,
so are we in agreement of the number?
John, your overarching point is that because of something in genetics, IQ is different between black and white people, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Except your own source disagrees with that.
Which is why I wanted to pull it up, because I was like, I just.
Well, here,
know.
I'll give you. Well, wait, I can give you.
But I got another one.
Wait a minute, I can give you another source if you want.
I'm sure you can. I'm ready.
I got another. Yeah, human-intelligence.org.
Okay.
Humanintelligence.org. Wow, that's a beautiful source.
What's the title?
Can I read this to you?
Title.
Can I read this to you?
Title.
Seems like somebody's
race differences in intelligence.
Seems like somebody's
intelligence
IQ is not high enough to know how to read study.
Roughly 85% of the observed variation in intelligence is attributed to genetic factors.
Yes, John. If you speak louder, it definitely proves you correct.
Well, she asked me for a source that talked about genes, and there it is.
No, technically, Jovan asked you for the source, so you're not able to tell the difference between pitch.
That's some high IQ shit, John.
Well, but you were. Well, wait a minute. You just said to me though that you said the source I gave you that confirmed the number. You said it's environmental factors, so I said I'll find you one with it says it's genetics, and I just did. So
confirm a number. You were using AI or Google AI overview. I don't know which one. And then you didn't open the source. You were just quoting it.
No.
So you missed the fact that the key takeaways said that you were wrong.
Oh, I don't think so.
Of course you don't. You're low IQ.
I just read you
why would your low IQ? No, what you're doing right now, John, is you're engaging in confirmation bias. You're going to ignore all of the actual studies done that show that, John, you're going to be muted because I don't want to hear your ugly ass laugh. You're going to ignore all of the actual studies that are done that show that IQ is environmental and it has nothing to do with genetics, right? Because there's zero studies anywhere that prove that racial IQ differences are genetic. So you're not going to point to any of that. Instead, you're going to point to websites that make these claims without providing any academic literature to back up said claims. That's embarrassing, John, and only stupid people do this. And it makes sense that you're stupid, right? If I was white and failing in life, I'd probably want to try to find a way to blame it on my race too. And just be like, well, it's just boring. John, do you have a piece of academic literature that backs up your claim that IQ in race is genetic?
Well, I just gave it to you.
That's not academic, John. That's not an academic source.
Not.
You gave
wait,
us a
I can give you
website.
some people.
You gave us a
That has
website. I would like
sources.
I would like a peer-reviewed study with good
I'm not saying it.
methodology that shows us that racial IQ is genetic. Do you have this?
Yeah, I'll look at. I can give you some people to.
I don't want people. I want
people,
studies.
okay.
I don't know why I have to say this a second time. Ari, you heard me the first time, right?
I did studies. Yeah, you've been asking for it this whole time.
Must be some low IQ shit that
Well,
I have
but
to
I-
repeat
but I
myself
just-
multiple times, John. It must be low IQ shit. So I'll ask it a third time. Maybe if you listen, you'll hear it. Can you provide me a piece of academic literature that is peer reviewed and has solid foundation methodology that shows us that racial IQ differences are genetic? Can you provide this? Yes or no?
You want a book?
I must be talking to a fucking brick wall here, John. Do you have bricks in your head? Is your brain working off of brick power, John? Let me repeat myself for the third time. I want a piece of academic literature, a study, John, with solid methodology that has been peer reviewed that proves that the causal link for low IQ or IQ differences in races comes from genes. Do you have this? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm sure I can find it for you. Just take me a minute. But a few minutes ago, you were disputing that
John,
the number
you
was
are
85.
muted. I'm going
Oh
to
my
give
God.
you, I'm going to talk to Ari for a couple minutes. You are muted until you find this. So I'm going to talk to Ari for like 60 to 120 seconds. That's 2 minutes, John. I know numbers are hard for somebody as low IQ as you. And what I want you to do in that 60 to 120 seconds is to go find a piece of academic literature, a study that has solid methodology, that has been peer reviewed, and shows a causal link between racial IQ differences and genetics. I will wait while I speak to Ari. Ari, how was your day today?
It was pretty good. I unfortunately had to participate in what we know as capitalism by going to work on a regular day.
Oof.
Oof.
Yeah, not a big fan of capitalism. John, if you're listening, capitalism is a system in which ownership is privatized. I want to make sure you can keep up with whatever conversation we're having. Yeah, not a big. I just did a capitalism by submitting my taxes, and
Oof, yeah.
boy howdy, I'm miserable about it.
Fair.
Boy howdy, tax time is the worst time of year when you are self-employed.
No, absolutely. Sorry to hear that, man. I hope your new CPA does you justice.
I fucking hope
did you
so.
Did you self do your taxes?
This year I did, yeah, which is what made me go, I can't do this again because yikers. All right, it's let's bring John back and see if now John has a piece of remember, we're looking for a piece of academic literature, or in layman's terms, a study that has been peer reviewed and has solid methodology that consistently proves that race differences in IQ are from genes and not from environmental factors. John, you're back. I don't want to hear anything except a study title or a DOI number. What do you got for me?
Warren RT 2021. Back in 2021, Russell Warren wrote a nice summary article about race differences.
So an article is not a study. I'm glad we're doing so great.
I just muted him again because on God, this is what we've been reduced to, John. I want the title of a study.
A study.
Wait,
do we need to say
nothing
it slower?
else.
We need to say it slower and
true.
spell it
Okay.
for him.
Okay.
We want a title
TITLE.
of a study.
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 STUDY. Okay.
Not an article.
Not an article. RT.
ARTICLE.
I never said spelling was my strong suit. John, we're going to unmute you again. I would like the title of a specific study. I'll give you a hint. If you're looking at the study, it's at the top of the page. The top is the direction that goes up. So, John, unmuting you now. What is the title of a study that confirms your thesis statement?
How about Minnesota transracial study?
Oh,
and I'll keep looking.
My God.
Keep looking for some others.
What?
Oh,
That already sounds
my
like
God.
a
Why are
serious-
study titles so hard for you?
I just gave it to you.
That's
What-
not
what's the problem?
a study title.
Yes, it was, but it was a study.
That's not
Look it up.
the title of a study.
It sounds like the title of a news article.
No,
Do
this
you
was a
have-
study? It really
That's
was.
not. Imagine
just-
imagine if I said I read the third Harry Potter book and somebody said, "Oh, what's the title of that?" And I said Wizard Kid. What's the title of the study? Because
The best
I
part
have
is-
Dude, I just
Oh, go ahead, Ari.
The best part is when I Google that, you want to know what comes up? Wikipedia. Again.
Damn, John, you are not beating the low IQ allegations.
Well, here, wait a minute here. I got it. The initial study was published in 1976 by Sandra Scar
What?
and Richard Weinberg.
What is the name?
76.
What is the name
Minnesota.
of the study?
That's not
Dude,
even the name of it.
dude,
That's not even the name of it.
Minnesota transracial adoption study.
Try scrolling on Wikipedia to the
Oh.
part where it says references.
Dude, I mean,
Shit.
It actually gives you
Holy
both
shit.
both things that
Holy
Jovan asked you
shit.
for, either the study the title or the DOI number. It actually gives you both because
Shit.
unlike you, I know how to utilize the Wikipedia.
Holy
I scroll. Can you scroll down on the bottom
shit.
yet?
Holy shit.
Stop reading AI.
I'm not. I just I use DuckDuck. Yeah. So is that not what you count as a study?
No.
Okay, so that wasn't the Minnesota. That wasn't a study. I just want to make sure we're clear on this. That's what you're telling me.
No. That was a book published
okay.
in 1976.
You want to know the greatest part, John? I'll do it for you. The study is called, I'll do it for you, and I'm going to prove that you don't know how to read. The study you're quoting is called IQ Test Performance of Black Children Adopted by White Families. And you'll never guess what the study found. The study found that Black children who are adopted by white families and raised in an environment where they have schooling advantages score higher on IQ tests than their white counterparts, and found that IQ is socially malleable and has more to do with environment than genetics. So thank you for pulling up a study that proves me and Ari's point and prove to us and everybody who read that you can't read.
And yet he's somebody
Well, wait
that
a
thinks
minute.
that he is
Wait a-
somehow
wait a minute.
superior
Wait a
to
minute.
leftists.
Wait a minute.
My God,
Wait a minute,
you
wait
are
a minute.
stupid.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What am
Wait
I
a
waiting
minute.
on?
You
Is it
said
coming
that-
yet? Where is it? Is it coming from the left or the right?
He said there's
Is it
no
at my door?
difference with.
Oh.
He said there's no difference. There's no influence of genetics on IQ. Didn't he tell me that earlier?
Because in your study
all
proves there
environment?
isn't. Your study proves there is
It
no
said
genetic. Your study proves there is no genetic factor.
Well, wait a minute.
You
That's
didn't
not what
read
you
it.
said earlier. You said it was.
You didn't read it.
You-
You
didn't
didn't
you
read
say
it.
it was-
John. What you're doing
Wait
right
a
now is
minute
called
here.
What you're doing right now is called sophistry, and you're
the
doing it
coward-
because
you're like the
John,
cowardly
muting
lion,
you.
dude.
I'm muting you. You fucking piece of shit. What you're doing right now is called sophistry. You got called out for being wrong, and now you can't address the fact that you're wrong. So now what you want to do with your ugly ass, no teeth, fuck your cousin nonsense is you want to say,
Damn.
oh, but look, Jovan, look at how you misspoke. Isn't that proof that? No, shut the fuck up. You couldn't provide a study that proved your point. You provided a study that proved our point because you're an ugly little troll piece of shit. And I hate to say this, John, but you are the most low intellectual person I've talked to in fucking ages. You had one job, and it was to find a study on Google that proved your point. And you couldn't even do that, John. So I don't want to hear the nonsense. I want to hear you concede. Either you concede to the fact that your study disproves your point, or you continue to sit here looking like an ugly piece of shit, running your little game. So do it, John. Can you admit here, or are you going to prove that you are an intellectually dishonest person? This is your only chance. You can say one thing here, and it's either I concede or you double down, John. Which is it going to be? Do you concede or do you double down? Yeah,
Damn.
exactly. Exactly. You must hate, John. You must hate the fact that a black person intellectually dominated you so much in this conversation. It must have you fuming. You must be, I'm muting you again because I don't need to hear you speak. Learn your fucking place. You have no fucking house training. Learn your fucking place here. It must drive you batshit crazy to know that you were unable to best a black person. These people you think you have such all these advantages over because of your genetics. Except, John, you can't prove your point. And the only piece of evidence you brought up to even try to prove your point proves the opposite, John. It is so hilarious when people like you, who sit in their little internet chambers talking to themselves all day, have nothing, John. You have no evidence. You have no studies. You have no understanding of academics. Nothing, John. And you sit here and laugh because you know you don't have shit. You know you don't. So right now, you need to understand that your place is beneath me. You are beneath me. The lint in between my big toe and my index toe has more moral value than you do, John. It is better for the world that the lint from my feet is in it than you are in it, John. I hope you understand this. So either you want to double down, or you want to just admit to me that you are human garbage. Your next sentence will prove if I'm right or not. Are you going to prove, John, that you're human garbage? Let's hear it.
Lynn, Sam Harris, Charles
there we go.
Murray,
You proved you're human garbage. John, I hope you enjoy. I hope you enjoy enough to fuck your mother 20 times over, John. Enough that your mom loves gargling on it. Enough that your father loves gargling on it. Enough that I took them both at the same time, John. I hope you enjoy your little internet fucking life, John. I hope you enjoy the fact that you don't have a single loved one who actually gives a shit about you. I hope you enjoy that when you die alone, I will take so much pleasure and just revel in it, John. Eat a dick. Goodbye. So long. Avita Sane. Thanks for playing. You lost.
So somebody has an important question for you, Jovan. It's one of my friends. What is it? Please ask Jovan what he thinks of the John Stoneham experience, because this is what all of us have dealt with.
I'm pretty sure you, based on what I just said, you guys know how I think about the John Stoneham experience. I think somebody who's incapable of searching Google for a study, they don't get moral consideration in these conversations.
Bro, apparently he's blocked all over TikTok.
I wonder why.
I have never had the displeasure of speaking with him, so that was an interesting take. And guys, for everyone that's like, this isn't helpful, be nice. I noticed that a lot of you are new into the live.
This isn't helpful?
Just came in. And letting people show themselves, which is what we did with John. He showed himself ass out. He showed his racism on the forefront. He's been on other lives apparently and has made it clear that he believes that white people are the superior race. Why do I need to coddle white nationalists?
Jovan, how dare you not be nice to that racist? Oh, sorry, guys. My
It's
bad.
odd.
My bad. My bad, John. I'm so sorry. I should have kissed your feet. I should have kissed your feet and let you continue on with the anti-scientific black people just suck claim. My bad, Ari's chat. My bad. I should have let the racist win.
It's only been a couple people. Most people appreciated it because everybody came in and they're like, is this Jon Snow? And that was like my whole chat, everyone entering in the middle of the conversation. That sounds like Jon Stone. And I'm like, I don't even know who the fuck that is.
I never heard of him. Good call though. Good call. W call. Let's who do you, I'll let you pick the next person.
Okay. Like honestly, and I hate skipping around. I'd rather go with number 9. Because the other ones, well,
Cool.
I don't know
we
why.
can do. We'll get to all of them, but we like to take the ones that look interesting first, and then we take the others to just hang out in queue. Coming up next is Jimmy from Florida. Jimmy from Florida, you're on the air with Jovan and Ari. How are you doing today? Oh, did we lose them? I clicked talk.
Literally, it just terminated. Dang it.
Oh, Jimmy from Florida, if you can hear us, if you're watching the stream, call back. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah.
But if you're listening, call back.
Poof.
So yeah, Jimmy from Florida, if you're listening, give us a call back.
I like the little side note on 7 and yeah, side note on 10 is great. Damn. I always wonder like why they call in on Tuesdays and they don't call in on Thursdays.
Listen, I'm oh shit, am I on almost every episode of Calling It Now this week?
I think so. I noticed that too.
I'm the new Jimmy, everybody.
Yeah, remember, if y'all wanted this to be a permanent thing, you gotta load it up on the super chats to let Jimmy know.
True. Tell Jimmy to make me the permanent Jimmy now on Calling It Now.
Tuesdays. Yeah. No, I gotta be able to bring up my own friends too.
All right, let's okay, we'll pick somebody else. We'll just take Mark. Mark from Texas. Mark, you're on the line with Jovan and Ari. How are you doing today, Mark?
Pretty good. I don't want to fight with anybody though. I don't want anybody to get mad at me. But I agree with you on the last one. I figured out that African males and females are a lot smarter than Caucasians a long, long time ago. That blew my mind listening to that conversation. When I was younger, I used to hang out with all these skinheads, right? And they were anti-racist skinheads. And so it was always ingrained in me that racism is just a horrible thing, And I started reading the Bible, and I found this stuff about Trump, and I was just wanting to tell somebody because I found 20 coincidences in the book of Revelation that deal with Trump. And it's like it proves he's the Antichrist. And I know this is I know you are atheists, and I respect that. I'm just saying, I don't know if my theory behind it all is it's not that it's prophecy as so much as it's planned. And the reason I think that is because, like, Albert Pike was a Freemason, and he predicted the 3 world wars. But we had Albert Pike.
What?
He was a Freemason.
Okay, hold on.
Ahead,
okay, whoa. Mark. Okay. Just like
I know I talk a lot.
Real
I'm so sorry.
Real quick.
I got a lot of energy.
I want to reset here. Is there something you disagree with us on?
See, that's the thing. I don't. See, I was MAGA, and I voted for Trump the first time, and then I watched him, as he was president, and he called this lady fat, and I was like, what a fucking dick.
Okay,
and he called another person ugly.
Okay, well, Mark, unfortunately, if there's nothing you disagree with us on, we do have to get to the other calls. Because, this is specifically a call-in show for disagreements.
Yeah, I understand. I get the views and stuff. I know how it works. I just really wanted to tell somebody about all this stuff I discovered because 20 coincidences. If
Then
Jesus
here's
was
what you
real,
do. Here's what you do, Mark. Mark, here's what you do. You go to a place called youtube.com, you create a channel, and you upload a video.
Yeah, I'm not
Because
that good at that video stuff.
Well, we unfortunately, Mark, we
just-
don't have time. Mark, we don't have time. We have other people to get through and only a limited amount of time for the show. So I am sorry. We got to move
You're-
to the next. We got to move to the next person, Mark. I'm sorry. We got to move to the next person. We don't have time for that,
Yeah.
Mark.
Let's see. Oh, I remember number 3. I don't think
I don't know why. I don't know why Lucian needs to get embarrassed for the millionth time. Like,
okay.
Lucian he calls me, he calls the line. He just has a humiliation kink, and I don't understand it. But let's ask him about it. Lucian,
Okay.
he, him from Texas. Lucian, why specifically do you have a humiliation kink?
That's it. Honestly, Jovan, that's kind of funny. I don't know. I don't really have one, but
Are you sure?
I don't know. You're a funny guy. I kind of laugh. I don't know.
Lucian, real quick, Lucian. What is this sound?
What is
Can you
that
tell me?
sound? Do it again.
Yeah. Just let me know what this sound is.
I don't know. Is that Tinder?
You're telling me you've never heard this
Is that
sound before?
Grindr? Did you just make it? That's pretty gay, sir. How do you have a grinder sound on it?
Oh, so you do know what it is. Interesting. Lucian, what is it? What is it that you could possibly want to talk about today that we have not talked about in the past?
There's a lot of shit. I found out that cognitive behavioral therapy, it's actually better for trans people than affirming care.
Sure. What study do you have that proves this?
You got to do some math.
Oh,
and
so
some
so
data,
you don't
right?
so you don't have a study. So you don't have a piece of research that proves this.
I don't have a direct.
Oh.
I don't have a cognitive behavioral therapy.
I'm calling objection here. Objection,
Yes, sir.
Your
Yes,
Honor.
sir.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is trying to prove something without evidence. Objection, no evidence, Your Honor. Lucian.
Sustained.
Thank you. Lucian, what?
Oh, wait. I actually have something else to add because this is kind of boring right now. So what is your stance?
I'm sorry,
on Black
Lucian.
nationalism?
Lucian, do you think you run this show? I might be. Do you think you run this show?
No. It's just I just want to talk about Black nationalism right now.
Okay.
never
Objection
talked about that. We
relevance.
talk about trans stuff a lot.
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Okay, great. The judge has sustained it. You were unable. You know, that's irrelevant to the conversation we're having. So back to the conversation we're having. You know what? I guess I'll have to do it. Do you have a piece of academic research, possibly a study that has a solid methodology that proves that's peer reviewed, that proves that cognitive behavioral therapy is better for people with severe gender dysphoria than gender affirming care?
So can I?
No, you can't.
We need to do a little. So what is the decreasing rate for trans people when they have affirming care?
So you can't.
I want to have a.
I'll give you the numbers. We see a 70% drop in suicidality when it comes to gender affirming care. 70% drop in suicidality. What's the drop we see with cognitive behavioral therapy?
Well, they about 60%, but I don't think it's.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So gender affirming care is better. Okay, great. Boom.
No, I don't think.
Hey, everybody, we did it, guys. We did it, guys. 70 is higher than 60, guys. We did it. Woo!
Ooh, also, looks like Jimmy called back, so I'm happy for that.
But the JAMA network, a large U.S. survey using the JAMA network only recognized a 40% lower odds of suicide attempts.
What's the study?
Well, you can kind of.
That's embarrassing.
Do I actually have to? Okay.
Yes, if you are going to reference a study, you need to present the study. You have the burden of proof when you reference
You're right.
a study. I don't do your job for you, just like I don't expect you to do my job for me, Lucian.
Okay. Access
Also,
to
I'm
gender
pretty sure
affirming hormones
he's
during adolescence and mental
misquoting
health
that.
outcomes among transgender adults, 2022, and JAMA Network Open. Lead author is Jack L. Turbin.
Great. Let's pull it up. Let's take a look. This is just an analysis of the 2015 US Transgender Survey. That's all this is. It's an analysis of the survey. It's
Yeah, I was
not
gonna
it's not
say
looking at Oh, go ahead, Art.
they have an actual investigation which is just talking about transgender identity and suicide attempts and mortality in Denmark. It is and that's where he pulled the 40% of, is that they were found that 40% of them have attempted suicide.
Yikes. Big yikes.
You gotta read, man.
Psh, swing and a miss.
Yeah, I'm not a good reader.
True.
Yeah. But maybe today's not a good day for me on the trans issues. Maybe it's a
Most
I'm
days seem
just,
to be that way, Lucian.
I'm gonna swing the towel in the air. Huh?
Most days seem to be that way, Lucian. They seem to play out for you that way.
Hey, but I'm good at the race stuff, though. I'm good at the race stuff. Trust.
You're good at the race stuff.
Yeah.
Lucian, you don't instill
you haven't
confidence.
Let me get a chance to race stuff.
You don't instill confidence.
Yeah,
Lucian.
I have a good confidence on the race.
Why are you obsessed with transgender, which we know you are not, and race, which I
Because
assume what color is your skin?
well, so I self-identify as yellow.
Okay, so he's white. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, people, the social.
That's all the people
contract
laughing. That's all the people
white.
laughing at your joke. This is all the people that are currently laughing at your joke. Hear him? Hear him giggling? Hear him chuckling?
Like the social contract,
so
hilarious.
identify me as white, but if someone asks me my skin color, I say yellow because that's technically correct.
Great. Love it. What
What
is the
incorrect.
thesis
I'm sure
statement?
It's more of a peachy tone, which is
Probably.
not yellow.
What is the thesis statement you want to make about race, Lucian? What's the thesis statement you want to make about race?
So I think black nationalists are just as much as not much of a problem. I think so the way you called the white nationalist a piece of like moral, like morally bad, right? You said that.
I'm waiting for a thesis statement here.
Did you not say that?
Wait, I'm so sorry. I gotta. This just hit me. I'm having a moment. ADHD brain, my bad. So wait, you said Lucian, you said your skin is yellow?
What? I mean, like the dark
Have you been
yellow,
checked for jaundice?
You got liver
Is your
failure,
liver
bro.
okay?
I don't know. I mean, like a dark. I think it. I mean, tan's like a dark yellow. No.
Oh my God. No, your skin tone is probably
like
more
tan?
peach color, which is not yellow.
Okay.
Yikes.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm peach then. Yeah.
Okay, you can go with that then. Okay, back to the. I'm so sorry. I had to make sure
Yikes.
your liver was good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Big
Appreciate
yikes.
that. Good liver. Yes. So like, would you say white nationalists are like a net negative on society and they should be like killed?
Yeah, what is white nationalism?
Is that like I'll say a white nationalist is someone that thinks white people are genetically better than black people and they generally dislike black people just because they're black.
Cool. I'll give you a comprehensive definition so you have it. White nationalism, the core idea is at the center is that society should be organized in such a way that preserves whites as a majority identity in the country and preserves white people's power structure. And they also typically want some form of segregation. What is black nationalism, Lucian?
Wouldn't you just like reverse that for
Nope. Black
people?
nationalism.
But, I mean,
black nationalism
minorities,
as black nationalism as what's the word I'm looking for? As created by people like Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, the Black Panthers. Black nationalism is core ideas is that Black people should have autonomy and empowerment and collective control over their own communities, and that they should be able to make decisions about their own communities and not have those decisions made for them by the white power structures in charge. What's wrong with that, Lucian?
No, nothing's wrong with that. That form of Black nationalism.
Great. So, Lucian, do you agree with me that Black nationalism is not the same? Do you agree with me now here today in front of God and country that Black nationalism is not as bad as white nationalism?
Well, there's radical Black nationalism that's just as bad.
There's radical McDonald's eaters that think we should eat Big Macs every day of our life. That doesn't mean that that's like the norm, right?
Oh, McDonald's was just delivered to the White House.
Yeah,
true.
Sure.
So I'm going to go off of the way coined was the word I'm looking for. Thanks, chat. I'm just going to go off of the like, you know, the way that Black nationalism was founded, right? Just that Black people should have control over their communities, their institutions, and their futures, and they shouldn't have to rely on a system that has historically marginalized them. That's what Black nationalism is at its core. Those are the core ideals of Black nationalism. There are people who take Christianity
what about
and think that
like racist
Lucian,
Black people. Well, you condemn those people. You condemn racist
Black people. Black people can't be racist, Lucian.
What is your definition of racism?
Racism is a system in which one racial group oppresses another racial group for political, social, or economic gain.
Racism. That's not racism.
Systemic racism and racism are the same thing.
You can't be systematically racist as a Black person. Systemic
racism is racism. There is no separation here. Racism must be systemic. It must be a system.
Isn't the only racism.
Racism must be a system. It can only exist as a system. It only affects you as a system. Yes, it is. Racism was created as a system. It exists as a system. Interpersonal racism doesn't exist. Interpersonal racism doesn't exist. It's just a way for white supremacy to legitimize itself by making a claim that Black people can also be racist to white people, even though Black people hold quite literally zero social, economic, or political power over white people. All racism from Black people to white people are, oh man, I was bullied. I was bullied a little bit. Aw, boo-hoo, whoop-de-doo, whoop-de-dang-dong, diddly-diddle, right?
Speaking of, I'm curious. Oh, go ahead, Jovan.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm just coughing Google.
Lucian, did you like it when Donald Trump did his executive order about DEI?
Explain it. I don't like Trump too much, but explain it.
Oh, okay. Do you know what DEI is?
Yeah, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Do you think that was a good policy?
I am against race quotas, but I believe in a merit-based system.
Oh.
Other than that, yeah.
Yeah, so you think DEIA was a race quota and not a merit-based system?
Well, I don't support race quotas, and I don't like using. I don't support race quotas, and I support merit-based systems when it comes to hiring practices.
Okay, so you believe that's what DEI
and I believe
was.
Race should be left off of resumes. I don't think it should have any.
It's not included
I don't
on
think
resumes.
Lucian knows what DEI is.
He's not.
Yikes.
He definitely does not.
DEA or DEI?
DEIA is DEI. People just leave off the last number.
Yeah, it's
letter.
Diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility. Accessibility is left off of there. People forget that the number one benefactor of DEIA policies were white women. Number two were veterans.
I'm not sure. I can't be in opposition or affirmative without more information. So don't. I can just tell you my stance on certain things that somewhat relate to that, but.
Yeah, it sounds like you're conflating affirmative action, which was ended in 2022 by the United States Supreme Court, with DEIA, which Donald Trump has attempted to end with an executive order.
Are you in support of affirmative action?
Affirmative action? No, actually, yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to say no. It was like Yes, I was in support of affirmative action because it actually offered individuals like Jovan, like myself, opportunities that we weren't always allowed into. It
I
opened
didn't
up,
support affirmative action because it primarily helped white women over black people.
I mean, I don't disagree with you.
So,
I,
like,
I did include myself in that too. So, but even then, affirmative action
okay.
wasn't a quota system. It just evaluated like what people did. It just like, I don't know. Y'all put things on there that weren't in there.
But so if I put, would there be any difference on my resume if I put black instead of white?
So that's for the EEOC side. The employer actually doesn't see that. When you select that you are a female or a male, white, Hispanic, not Latino, Asian Pacific, like Asian Pacific. Oh my God. My bad, guys. That is not seen by the employer. That is specifically for the EEOC.
But if I put black or white on an application with an
It's not
affirmative action and I
seen
have the
by
exact
your
identical resume,
employer.
will it? It's not.
It's not
Well,
seen by your
just because it's
employer.
not seen by my. So what did affirmative action even do then?
Oh boy.
What did it even do? I mean, it's not helping black people. It's not how.
It's
How
gone.
does it help people?
So it's gone.
Yeah.
And Jovan didn't agree with it.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm okay with
Lucian, let me ask you a question, Lucian. Do you think this country had a history of black people? We could add women in there, but let's just talk primarily about like black people and not like
Yes.
white women or other white people. Let's just say black people. Do you think this country had a history of black people not being able to receive jobs? Do you think this country had a history of that, of black
I would
people not
probably
being
say
hired? Okay. How do we fix that?
not being hired. I mean, technically during slavery they were hired, just forcibly. Yeah, I mean during segregation.
There
and
ain't,
after
there ain't,
post-slavery, yeah,
there ain't
they
no
never
way,
got
Lucian,
jobs.
that you just said that shit out your mouth. There ain't no way. There ain't no way.
I mean, slavery
Yeah,
is a
he did.
job.
There ain't no way. There ain't no way.
Forced
I'm
There ain't
sorry.
no
labor
What
god.
is
There
state
ain't no
is he in?
goddamn
He's
way.
in Texas. Holy for fuck's
There
sake.
ain't no.
He
There
sounds
ain't
like
no
he's from
goddamn way.
fucking Florida, where Florida was trying to make sure to put it in the school system. I think it was approved to teach people that black people benefited from slavery. That's what he sounds
Ain't
like
no
right now.
No, I
goddamn
don't
way,
believe
bruh.
that. No, I mean, I think
Ain't
black
no
people learned.
goddamn way.
What? They learned some shit. I don't know.
Ain't no
Learned
goddamn
English,
way, Lucian. You just
barely.
said that shit. Goddamn.
What, is slavery not a job? Being a
No,
slave isn't a
it's
job?
quite literally not a job.
How?
No. I voluntarily
forced
work
job, not a job.
indentured servitude. It's a service. It's not even a job. It's indentured servitude. Like
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Well, I wouldn't even call it indentured servitude, but yeah.
some of it,
Hello,
yeah, not all of
darkness,
it.
my old friend. Well, not the slavery of black people, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Can we like stop calling it that? Like, why are we liberal? Like, what even? Why are like? It's so gay when people call stuff indentured servitude. I'm sorry if I use the word gay wrong, but yeah, I don't like. Why do we call?
You're
it
right.
that?
You're
It's
right.
so
Let's
gay.
that's
I don't like it.
that's so Lucian. That's just so Lucian when we do that.
That's so Raven. That's all that made me think
I
of
like that
saying
show.
that.
That's
So
so fire. Or I used
Okay.
to when I was a kid.
okay.
All right. Are we done? Are we done? Are
I
we
mean,
done?
I've been
Why
done
are
with
we?
him.
You
Goodbye,
I've been
guys,
done.
and then one quick question.
No,
goodbye.
One question.
absolutely not.
Isn't slavery a job? Get the fuck out of here.
No, if it's forced, then that's exactly what slavery is. If it's not chosen of your own free will, then yeah, fuck that shit. But
Is
Jimmy called
slavery not a
back.
job? Is slavery?
I
I don't
gotta
think
be
it's the
honest.
same. I don't think that's the same, Jimmy.
It's not.
No. That's a
That's a
different one.
bummer.
Is slavery a job?
That's fucked
Please.
up.
Please and thank you.
It's fucked up. I hate people.
Unfucking believable. This has been such a fucking.
It's already been a very interesting clusterfuck, if I'm being honest.
And we've had what, 2 calls?
Yes, 2 calls. Shit. I don't know. Like, I mean,
Oh, I want the next
this.
one. I want. Oh, we gotta
You
go the
want to
next
pick it?
one.
Go
Yeah,
for
yeah,
it.
yeah, 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 yeah.
We got
Let's
this.
bring up Joe. Joe from Tennessee. Joe, you're on with Ari and Jovan. How are you doing today?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
So, Jovan, the only reason I called you because I saw how you dominate other guy, and I really want you to dominate me too. Can you do that? Hello? Jovan? Please!
Anyway, here comes Mitchell from what the hell is HI?
Hawaii.
Oh. Here comes Mitchell from Hawaii. Mitchell. Well, I don't actually know what Mitchell is calling it about. Mitchell from Hawaii. You're on the line with Jovan and Ari.
Off to a great start, buddy.
I thought Hawaii was HA. I'm going to be honest.
I don't even blame you.
No, I get
Mitchell.
I get
don't even get
confused
why-
with all the A's.
I don't even get why Pennsylvania is PA and not PE. You know what I mean?
I hate the state. I hate the state.
I hate the state abbreviations. They don't.
There's a comedian that has a whole bit on naming on the naming of the states conventions. It's pretty funny. I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but anyways, we're having a great time with this conversation so far today, huh? How about that?
We're chilling.
Yeah.
Mitchell, can you just tell us how old you are?
Yeah, I'm 46.
All right, cool. And then there's a live
47. That's right. Yeah.
No
Happy
problem.
belated birthday.
There are almost 2,000 people
I appreciate
watching. There's almost 2,000 people watching us live right now. Should they refer to you in the chat as he,
Awesome.
she, they, or something else?
I'll go by he.
Okay, cool. Mitchell, I don't know what you want to talk about. It seems like you're calling in to agree with us about IQ.
So I agree, and at the same time disagree with a number of points. How familiar are you with Thomas Sowell?
Very.
Okay, so okay. Here's an example. There are various blacks and whites. There's various Asians. There's all these different people, and we've got really smart people in each group, and we've got really dumb people in each group. Is that agreed?
Sure.
I've got black friends that are doctors and lawyers. I've got black friends that have like 18 kids and shit. I've got white friends that are, well, formerly white friends that are cooking meth, but also doctors, lawyers, and things. So the thing is that if you look at the statistical probability, and this all goes back to like government intervention, tell us about Black Wall Street.
I'm sorry. What does any of this have to do with Thomas Sowell?
Because the thing is that what Thomas Sowell talked about is that it's a change that happens over a long period of time, right? So your last caller was talking about how he felt that slavery was a job, right? Which is on its face a bit absurd. The original slaves, I believe, they came over as indentured servants until one of them tried to escape, and then suddenly, no, he can't escape. Slavery is now a thing, and it's legal. The government didn't have slaves; people had slaves. Now, the Haitian slaves, the black Haitian slaves. Now, those slaves were treated a little bit differently because their masters or their slave owners would send them to market to buy things for them and to purchase and to engage in commerce.
Mitchell.
And when those
Mitchell.
Yeah.
Mitchell, I got to interrupt you here.
Yeah.
We only got so much time in the show, right? You've got to make your point in a shorter amount of time.
Yeah. Okay. I think that there is a large population of blacks that are unfortunately growing up without single mothers. There is a
Blacks.
deficiency in the school systems, and what's happening is because that is so endemic and it's so widespread. What's happening is that you're ending up with a population of lower education, of lower IQ, because and things like that. And those are the environmental factors. It doesn't have anything to do. Well, I think they've done studies that that identical twins are more similar in IQs than fraternal twins, right? There are birth orders. The first child, second, third, they all vary slightly.
I don't know why I don't know why we're not being concise. Can you just tell me your thesis statement?
Yeah, I think that because of the state of the economy and because of the incredibly high single motherhood rate in the Black community, and of course streets raising children, what's happening is that you're not getting an individually based lower IQ, saying that each Black person is inherently lower IQ than their counterpart. What you're ending up with is a group decline because of
I don't know
shitty neighborhoods.
why every time
I
ask to be more concise, we're not more concise. Do you agree? I'll just ask questions. Hold on, Mitchell.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask close-ended yes or no questions to try to understand the point simpler. Do you agree, yes or no, that Black children and white children who come from single parent homes tend to have similar outcomes?
Do they tend to have similar outcomes? So outcomes is a completely different thing than I think that they all start from relatively the same place.
I don't know why I'm getting an open-ended answer to a closed-ended question.
Because what you're doing is you're saying, child A and child B, do they end up in the same place? And
on average, I'm going to ask it again. I'm going to ask it again. On average, do we see children who come from single-family homes? On average, do they tend to have similar outcomes regardless of race?
I would say that it depends on the socioeconomic status of the parents.
So I asked on average for a reason. The answer is yes.
Well,
on average, we tend to see children who come from single family homes. We tend to see them have generally the same outcomes, whether they are white, whether they are Black, whatever they might be. Now, that average comes from the fact that single family households, on average, tend to have more economic hardships than dual family homes.
Right. Yep.
They tend to have lower.
That's correct.
Now you're calling in with something about Thomas Sowell. No, Mitchell.
I will caveat with
Mitchell. You have
if they were raised
Mitchell,
by a mother or a father. That's a difference.
Mitchell, you have been the primary conversationist here. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to be quiet while I speak. Okay, you've talked the majority of this call. So now that we know that children from single parent households tend to have similar outcomes.
Single mother households.
Nope. Even children from single father households
and single father
tend to have lower outcomes than children from dual family homes. Okay. Because it tends to be the case.
Statement.
It's not a loaded statement, Mitchell, and I'm going to need you to stop interrupting. You've had plenty of time to speak.
Okay.
And it's not my fault you weren't able to get to your thesis within that time. So, again, when we look at single parent households, they tend to have less income than dual family outcomes. When we look at single father households, they still tend to have more income than single mother family households. So yes, we are going to see some more positive outcomes from single father households to single mother households, but it's still not the case that they're going to be the same as dual parent households because of, again, two main factors. It's income and it's childcare. Dual family households tend to always have somebody, or I'm sorry, dual parent households tend to always have somebody who is caring for the child, whereas single family households tend to not always have someone who is caring for the child. This isn't a race issue until you get to why Black households tend to, or more on average, have single family homes, and that is due to years and years of systemic racism. Now, I don't know what you're going to say to disagree with this, but I'd love to know.
Okay. So prior to the Civil Rights Act, Blacks were accelerating in home ownership and in increased income to a point that they were almost on par with their white counterparts.
Untrue.
Okay, well, I mean, if you can show me a study that says that. Because
I don't need to show you a study. We can just look at the statistics from the time.
Right.
We can go to the 50s, before the Civil Rights Act. Black people were not on par when it came to home ownership rates by race in the 50s. They weren't on par with their white counterparts.
But what you're doing is you're saying, were they on par, or were they?
You said on par. You said on par. You said they increased to the point. You said they increased to the point that they were almost on par. In the 1950s, Black home ownership rates were about 35%. White home ownership rates were 65%. That's not on par. That's not even increasing to the point of being on par.
They were okay, but they
so
were.
You spoke something that is not true.
Continuing at the rate that they were. They would have been on par relatively within the next couple of decades, in the next few decades, right?
Speculative.
What happened
Objection,
was the government
speculative.
came in and essentially, sure, okay, that's fine. There's a lot of speculation and looking at different studies. You find a study that says one thing, I find a study that says another, both written by academics. So
I'm not basing anything off a study. I'm just looking at like the census data from the time. What do you have that proves your point?
I would have to go and look it up. I mean, I've read it in numerous books. But again, I'm a fan of Thomas Sowell, and Thomas Sowell has citations in all of his books. So, and I can go find the citations. I can go to, but
he has a citation for
What
speculative
does
data.
that have to do with?
It's like RFK saying that
data,
we're just going to find the studies that prove my theory. He's going to make up the studies to prove his own theory. That's what that sounds like.
we had, but again, if there's a study that exists,
there are zero. I just want to point out here, there is zero evidence. There is zero evidence that the homeownership gap would have shortened, because prior to the Civil Rights Act, we didn't even have the Fair Housing Act. So how could it have shortened when redlining was still dominating the housing market at the time? It physically couldn't have.
But
is it possible?
Okay, now are we talking? But redlining also affected white people. So now are you talking about a per capita basis? So
which group of people? Which group of people? Which group more? Yeah, not even. It's not, and it's not even close. It's not even close. The amount of Black people that were
people. But like in everything, you can say that food stamps or whatever. More white people are on food stamps than Black people. That's just a consequence of population size, right?
But we're talking if we're talking per capita numbers, it has nothing to do with population size.
Right. And so if we're talking per capita, then okay, we'll stick with per capita, right? But
why would we not talk per capita?
But what I'm saying is that because the thing is that in a situation like redlining, yes, it affected Black people.
What percentage of white people lived within redlining areas?
I don't know. You probably got it right there in front of you because I'm playing with my dog right now out in my yard.
Beautiful,
but
wonderful.
if you wanna-
10%. What
but
percentage of
if-
black residents lived within redlining areas?
I'm gonna say the opposite, like closer to 90%, 80%.
Correct. It was 85 to 90%. So it's not even close. There's a
Okay,
10
and
times
yes.
disparity
Okay, now,
here.
is
So
that-
the claim,
Now,
stop, the
is
claim,
that-
stop.
is that
Mitchell,
by-
stop.
is that-
Mitchell, stop.
is that
Mitchell, stop.
Is that a nationwide? Is that
Mitchell,
nationwide, or is
yes,
that broken
yes.
down by
This was
state?
nation. Yes, this is across the nation. Yes. Across the nation,
Okay.
when we look at redlining areas, 90% of the people who lived in those areas were black, where 10% of the people who lived in those areas were white. So yes,
Okay.
you like when you get here and you go,
And that's-
well,
and again,
white
that's a-
people
that's
were
a-
also affected. Please, like let's stop the like it's just a bad faith argument, because no, redlining was designed. Sure, some white people might have been affected by it, but redlining was designed primarily to harm black people. This is why we had racial covenants on deeds. White people weren't affected by racial covenants on deeds. The deeds didn't say you can't sell this house to a white person. They said you can't sell this house to black people.
Yeah, it just benefited
Sure,
white people more.
and incidents of racism, yeah, they should be found and they should be ruled out. There are, I agree that there are racist people, right? But for instance, the there's wealthy black people, there's wealthy white people, there's poor black, and there's poor whites, right? Now it is a per capita. And some of that is a consequence of single family homes and things like that. But the redlining was ruled out during the Community Reinvestment Act signed by Jimmy Carter in '69, I think.
It was ruled out as a part of the fair. It was ruled out as part of the Fair Housing Act, which didn't come until after the Civil Rights Act was passed.
You're right. Well, yeah, and also the Community Reinvestment Act, which targeted
which
the
again,
process of banking,
you claim that without the Civil Rights Act, which again, the Fair Housing Act would not have come about if not for the passing of the Civil Rights Act. You said without this thing, black people would have eventually caught up in home ownership. The answer is no, because redlining would have still existed on the books. No, they would not have.
Well, in the North, blacks were much more accepted than in the South.
Redlining still affected the North. Philadelphia is one of the largest redlined areas. What are we doing?
But
you're just saying stuff.
So okay, well, no, I'm not.
Do me a favor, Mitchell. Mitchell, do me a favor. I need you to go to your local library, pick up the book "The Color of Law" by Richard Rothstein, and read it. I don't think we can continue to have this conversation until after you've read this book.
Law.
You need to read this book before we have this conversation. Truthfully. This is the four.
I've got to read your book. Got it. Okay.
Yes, this is the book. I didn't write it. This is the foremost book. This is the foremost book on redlining. Like, it is widely considered to be the best source of information when it comes to redlining. I need you to read it.
Yeah, 100 again. I feel that redlining was a policy. It was a racist policy decision.
Mm-hmm.
I completely agree with that, right? And what they would say is anybody who lives in this zip code or this neighborhood, they're poor. They're not going to pay their bills anyway. They're not going to pay us back. We're not going to make any money. So we're going to make a policy decision, right? And say anybody from this neighborhood, yes, they were 100%, largely black. There's probably, on any given street, there's probably 10 black families and one and a half white families, on average. But with the Fair Housing Act, also the Community Reinvestment Act focused on the process of it and saying, you can't do that anymore. You have to judge people as individuals. And maybe that was also, I've got to refamiliarize myself with the Fair Housing Act. But the Community Reinvestment Act, which was then again rewritten entirely by Bill Clinton in '93.
Okay, so I just need to point this out here. I just need to point this out here.
Sure.
You agreed and yet disagreed. So here's the thing. Redlining. It was directly tied to stopping black people from being able to secure property and to maintain racial homogeny inside neighborhoods. The reason we know this is because the FHA, the Fair Housing Administration's underwriting manual from the 30s and 40s, said, and I quote, if a neighborhood is to retain stability, it is necessary that property shall continue to be occupied by the same social and racial classes. The maps came about as a way to make sure this stayed true. This was federal policy.
And I agree.
But remember, your claim is that without the Civil Rights Act, black people would have reached the same homeownership rates as white people. This is not based in any factual reality, Mitchell. I'm sorry. It's just not.
Okay. So you're saying that in order for black people to have home ownership or an equal share of home ownership, they have to live in the exact same communities as white people. Is that what you're saying?
No, they have to be presented
the
same opportunities. Yeah, they have to
own
be
homes.
Presented the same opportunities that white people are given.
In order to own homes. And guess what you need to own a home? You need to be able to take out a bank loan. Guess what they couldn't do? Guess what they couldn't do? They couldn't take out bank loats. Banks wouldn't give them loans to buy homes.
If that's the case,
and then they couldn't buy homes.
But just like HBCUs, there were black banks that were loaning to black people. They had
black
their own
banks followed. System. Black banks followed racial redlining maps. Black banks followed redlining maps. So no, they couldn't just go to a black bank.
So if a black bank followed redlining, then what does that say?
It says that the black banks couldn't get federal security in order to give the loans because they had to follow the redlining maps, which came from housing policies in the federal government. So, and the black banks had to follow these maps, not for the same reasons white banks did, not for the same reasons, but because black banks had to follow the FHA standards. And for federally insured and regulated regulations of their loans, they had to follow the maps. Please, this is why I said, Mitchell, you don't have the knowledge to have this conversation.
Well, I'm a pretty smart guy, but the thing is that
there's a difference between being smart and having the knowledge. There's a difference in that. I'm not saying you're not smart. I'm saying you don't have the knowledge of the policies to have this. I'm not even claiming a lack of intelligence in you. I'm saying you don't have the knowledge on this topic to have this conversation. Because if you did, you wouldn't have said, well, why couldn't they just go to black banks?
To ask questions.
But this isn't a question asking show. This isn't a show where you call in. Yeah, you don't call in with a position and then ask us questions so that you can learn about your position. You should be it's a debate show.
But I'm sure. So if banks were not allowed to loan to blacks, right? That was the
I'm
policy.
done with that actually.
How
Mitchell,
did 35%?
Knock. Is this thing on?
Black
Hello?
Sure,
hey,
sure, yes.
Can you stop saying BLAKS and just say black people?
Black people, sure. Whites, blacks. I mean, it's
stop.
Like we're talking about groups of people.
Holy, for fuck's sake! I feel like I need
it. Am I placating to your empathetic?
No,
your
it's
sense
just
of
you're
feeling
being a
comfortable?
dumbass. Can you say it again
debate.
for me? Can you say it again for me, please? Please say it again.
Say what?
BLAKCKS. My God, I can't do this today.
Oh my God!
Please say it again.
Spelling it. That is so childish.
Here's what I'm gonna do because I need to show again that you don't know these things. Redlining.
It's not whether or not I know these things.
Mitchell, stop. Black home ownership prior to the FHA, would hit 47% in the 30s prior to the FHA. After the FHA came into place,
that's possible.
Holy shit! Because it was prior to the FHA, prior to redlining, prior to the FHA. Please, oh my God. The words are coming out of my mouth. Just listen. But don't listen to respond. Every time you want to respond, Mitchell, I need you to take a deep breath count to 5 in your head and say, is Jovan going to
Okay.
answer my
All right.
question in his sentence? Because the most
Alrighty.
likely answer
Okay.
is
All
yes,
right,
he will.
Jovan.
The
Okay.
FHA came in the late 30s, early 40s, and they said, hey, we don't want Black people in specific neighborhoods. We want to keep them out. We want to limit Black home ownership because wealth is a way that Black people can attain a level of equality to white people. We don't want that to happen.
I
So
don't
when we
doubt
look
that.
at,
I
so
do
when
not doubt that.
Mitchell, 5 seconds, and then wait. You don't need to respond with every little thing.
Okay.
Prior to
All right.
the
All right.
FHA stepping in, Black home ownership reached about 47%. The FHA came in and decreased that number
Mhm.
to 40 to 44% when the FHA kicked in. Now, because of the FHA,
Sure. Okay.
because of racist policies like redlining, Black people now got limited in where they could own homes, the type of homes they could own, the amount of homes they could own, the type of mortgages they could receive, the type of down payment they were required to place, the type of interest rates they got. All of these became regulated on a federal basis. So Black home ownership stagnated because of racist policies. Your thesis statement to us was without the Civil Rights Act, Black home ownership would have reached the same rate as white home ownership. This is an untrue statement.
I'm not saying that
because
I'm not saying without it.
Okay,
I'm not.
Richard,
I didn't
that
say
is
without
Richard. That is exactly what you said at the start of this conversation.
I said
Please
prior to. I didn't say
Richard,
without it.
Richard, you
Okay.
did.
Okay. All right.
You said
I'll
it would
be
have
Richard now.
reached, or whatever your name is, Mitchell, whatever it is. You said that without the Civil Rights Act, the numbers would have reached the same thing. Okay? They wouldn't have.
I said that they were on par, or they were on.
You said they
what
were
is it, their
on
trajectory,
track.
I guess is maybe
You
a
said they
better
were
word.
on track to become equal. This was a false statement. They were not because of the FHA and redlining policies. I need you to go
Okay,
and
well,
study this
I
stuff
can-
before
I
calling
can-
in again. It is time we move on to the next caller. We've been here for 25 minutes, and my head is going to explode.
Okay.
Thank you for
I have
calling.
one more thing
All
for
right.
him.
I'm gonna read. I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
read up on it. I tell you what. I'll read up on it, and then I'll
Hold
call
on.
back. Uh-oh. Here we go.
Yeah, we're done. That was your buzzer out. You
We
lost
didn't
the
hear
X
it.
factor.
We didn't hear the buzzer.
You didn't?
No, your mic cut it out. Try it again.
Dang it.
I slightly heard it that time. Wait, I got you. Press it one more time. I got you. Press it again.
Okay. Yeah. All right. We got
I think it's the
something.
exact same buzzer noise.
It probably is. It's just this is like an X Factor one. I liked it because it had a giant X. It's when your mic is too good.
Yeah. This has been just a day of Jovan has to argue with racists. Like, what the fuck?
I know. And then the one call that wasn't necessary, it was racism adjacent because it wasn't specifically geared towards Black people. They hung up. Everybody hung up because of Mitchell.
Yeah, we had a lot of people in the queue that all hung up, but we have some more people calling in. Another
Yeah.
person that just wants to argue IQ, and I'm gonna fucking slam my head against a wall.
I'm so tired. Like, guys, why are we backtracking? I don't get it. What is actually wrong with people? I don't. Apparently, I didn't even catch the slight that Mitchell gave towards me, but somebody was like, I'm not letting that slide against Ari. Fuck that. Fuck you, Mitchell. And I'm just like, oh, I didn't even pay attention because I'm just like, dude, can you just stop being dehumanizing? I get mad when
Yeah.
fucking stupid CNN says Jews instead of Jewish people.
True.
It's just so dumb.
Okay, I guess we'll take the next one. Now coming up is Kenneth from Arizona. Kenneth from Arizona, you're on the line with Jovan and Ari. Kenneth, how old are you?
I am 37.
Great. And Kenneth, there is a live chat listening to you of almost 2,000 people. Should they refer to you as he, she, they, or something else?
I'm just, they can refer to me however they want to refer to me. I don't care about that.
I mean, we care, and we want to make sure you're represented properly in the chat. So he, she, they, or something else. What is your choice?
He, them, or he, him. I go by he, him.
Very simple. I appreciate that.
I started doing a lot of research while I was waiting on your guys' call. There's obviously a lot I need to learn.
Sweet.
I just wanted to say that I did not want to waste your guys' time. I do know that, like, for Black communities, it is the African American communities. I'm sorry. It's their access to education, income, single parent homes, things like that. I even went down a rabbit hole of looking at like abortion rates versus rape statistics, and I was shocked at what I was learning. I am sorry, I am not going to debate with you guys because there's obviously a lot I need to learn. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that I don't want to waste your guys' time. There is much I need to learn.
Okay.
I mean,
W
I appreciate
learning.
that.
Yeah. So I spent this much time on the phone, but I was sitting there researching a lot of it, and I was like, holy, there is a lot. I know with the redlining, that was under President Franklin D. Roosevelt, which I've never even heard about that.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, him being a Democrat, like, I'm like, yeah, that's one for the Republicans. But then I'm like, dude, why do I look at like that? We need to find a way to come together, not insult each other or downgrade each other. There needs to be a lot of learning going on. So I'm sorry I wasted you guys' time, this little blip right now, but I just started researching stuff because you guys are like, oh, you guys need to cite this. So I was like, oh, I'm going to cite this. And then I started researching it, and I was like, oh, there's a lot that I need to learn. So
W.
All right. We love honest interlocutors.
Just wanted to say,
truthfully.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. You guys showed me a lot I need to look into. I will say I know it's a show. Just my kind of advice. Insulting someone mid-show. I mean, it is your show. I'm not telling you how to do it, but I get it. Some people can be arrogant, gets under your skin. Let it roll off your back. Your points will get, in my opinion, will get across clear if you don't insult people. But I mean, it's your show. Do what you want to do. Yeah, there's a lot I need to learn. So I'm gonna let you guys go to the next caller because they might have something that I just don't have, and I don't know. Hopefully they can be educated and educate themselves.
Okay. Well, have a good one, man. Thanks, and continue learning.
You too.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
I can appreciate that. Except for the last part.
I want to get a little police siren thing that I can turn on as soon as people start tone policing.
Right?
And be like, we got a tone policer over here. It's fine.
I need something for that, actually. Yeah, I can probably get someone for that.
It's okay. Let's bring up the next person. Nathan from Iowa? Indiana?
Yes, it should be Iowa.
Nathan from Iowa is here to tell us that the Iran war is justified. Nathan, how old are you, bud?
I am 24. Hi, guys. How are you doing tonight?
Good, how are you?
Chilling. Nathan, I'm very interested to hear how you're going to justify the Iran war.
So a couple kind of clarifying points. I guess in terms of justification, do you mean like, do we have good reasons to do it, or do we have like moral justification for going into Iran?
Are there good justifiable reasons to have started the war?
Yes, I would say so. I agree with the prompt that Trump has failed in Iran pretty spectacularly, I think undeniably. But I think principally, I think that the goal of limiting the Iranians' ability to enrich like weapons grade uranium to produce nuclear weapons is going to be a net benefit for practically everyone in the world. I'm like anti-nuclear like proliferation. And I think that our anti-nuclear proliferation treaties are sensible. And I think that if state actors try to acquire these weapons, that it's kind of sensible to try to prevent them. I think that in
real
like
quick,
the last
real quick.
couple months,
I just wanted to ask you a clarifying question here. So I would assume that you believe it would be justifiable for another country to also bomb the United States and start a war with us to destroy our nuclear stockpile.
It would not be possible for them to do that, and therefore
Not
it would
asking
be
if it's possible. I'm asking
because
if it's. Wait. No, those are two different.
I think
those are two different things. Whether it's possible does not mean it wouldn't be justified.
Yeah. I disagree because if something is an impossibility, then it's not a very good justification. But if it's something is feasible to accomplish, then it could be justified. So like we're trying to get into like a moral justification, I believe, is like that's kind of what I was trying to avoid by asking my clarifying question off of
but
the top of the show.
Nathan.
Yeah.
If a country had a way that they could take out, let's say tomorrow, Russia and China team up and they're like, we can effectively take out the US's nuclear armaments. And they did that. Would that be justified?
Yes. I think that would be justified. Yes.
Great. Second question to you. What evidence do we have that Iran was specifically... Sure. Next question. What evidence do we have that Iran was specifically building nuclear weapons?
So, I mean, it makes sense for them strategically in their own self-interest in order to prevent like a strike that has like, for instance, the 12-day war or the conflict that we're in now. Pretty much the only way that they have feasibly preventing the United States or Israel from striking their country is to acquire nuclear weapons. So they have like, I would say that they are justified in wanting to acquire one, and it's sensible for them to want to acquire one. And also they claim that their enrichment program is primarily for like civilian reactors. However, we have evidence that they've enriched up to like 60% like enrichment, which is not enough to make a nuclear weapon, but it's also far above, say, like the 5% enrichment that you would require to run like a civilian nuclear reactor.
So Nathan, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, right? I get what you're saying. But you're avoiding the question I asked you, which is what evidence do we have that Iran was building nuclear weapons? Not that they were enriching uranium. I don't disagree. They were enriching uranium. They had enriched up to 60%. But what evidence do we have that they were building nuclear weapons?
So I would say that before you can build a nuclear weapon, you have to enrich uranium and like acquire the ability to enrich uranium up to like a 90%, for instance, is like a quotable like percentage of. Every
assessment of Iran's enrichment caps it at 60%. They had not enriched up to 90%.
Yes, because it's very difficult. It's very difficult to like get their program to the point where like it's not like you can get it up to 60% and then it's easy to get it up to the 90%.
It's actually easier to get it from 60 to 90% than it is to get it from 20 to 60%.
Let me just read you
precisely
directly.
The reason that it's very concerning that they have enriched up to 60% which is unusable for like
Nathan. Nathan, I'm just going to do this really quickly. I'm going to give you some real evidence here. The International Atomic Energy Agency put out a report, and in that report, they said, and I quote, "There is no proof that Iran is building nuclear weapons." Right? This was a report. This was an international committee. The United States put out a report. This was done by Tulsi Gabbard. Right? This was under Trump. This was last year. And in that report, they said, and I quote, "We continue to assess Iran is not building a nuclear weapon and that the Khamenei has not reauthorized the nuclear weapons program he suspended in 2003. So again, I ask, what evidence we have, right? Because I have direct national assessments and international assessments on what Iran was doing, what evidence do you have that they were making nuclear weapons and or continuing their nuclear weapon program?
Okay, so I can't reject your your statements about what like the International Atomic Energy Commission has said, and obviously I do not have like access to like the vast intelligence network of the United States of America or like Israel, for example. However, like I mean, okay, so like on terms of like points of evidence for the development of nuclear weapons, I would say that okay, first off, like a lot of the program is carried out in secret. Like after the suspension of the JCPOA, like we don't have access to Iranian nuclear facilities anymore. So they say, and also they have like, okay, so in order to develop a nuclear weapon, right, you have to have like highly enriched uranium and ballistic missiles capable of delivering warheads. We do have evidence that like the Iranians
Nathan, I just want to point out here.
Missiles.
I just want to point out here that the reason why the war is justified for you is because we're speculating that Iran is doing this. It's not that we have proof that Iran is doing it. It's not that we have evidence that Iran is doing it. We started a war in which we have bombed civilian infrastructure because of a speculative claim,
which I would disagree with.
Even though that speculative
is a moral
claim,
atrocity, you know.
I'm just saying, even though that speculative claim is not backed by the actual evidence.
I have like other justifications as well, and I think this actually ties in very well to my second justification. No, I mean like you can laugh.
Sure. What's the second justification?
I think that and this is obviously hypocritical of an American to say, but Iran I think is very like fair to say is a destabilizing force in the Middle East. And you mentioned that we've struck civilian infrastructure, which I think is like a horrific moral crime. But the Iranians have done essentially the exact same thing. They've struck desalination plants. They've struck energy infrastructure. They have committed mass atrocities. Like they've killed like anywhere from 30 to 40,000 of their own protesters within a period of a couple of days.
Not even the correct number.
I mean, you don't have the ability to confirm or deny that. Like they don't have internet in Iran, and like they've taken this as like satellite footage that they've used.
Estimated
to
from
number.
Anywhere between 7 to 12. Like I'm not gonna like I hear 40 to 50,000. Like the number keeps getting bigger every single time I hear a new number.
It's a shame. It's a shame that they only killed 7 to. It's a shame that they've only killed 7 to 12,000 of their own people instead of 30 or 40.
How many?
No moral issue with
I'm just exact.
7,000 of your own
Nathan,
civilians.
I'm just exact, dude. Get over it.
How many Iranians died when the United States
irrelevant.
How many Iranians died when the United States did a coup in Iran in 1953 and installed the Shah? Installed the Shah leadership. How many Iranians died?
I don't think that a lot, many. War is horrible, right? And I won't say that it's morally
100,000 is the
but
estimate.
I think that we have good like strategic justification for going to war with Iran. And I think
the
that
strategic justification is Iran does this, so we should do this.
I think that Iran, okay, for instance, take the Strait of Hormuz crisis, for example, right? We have, and I'm not pro-war. I don't agree with this war. I don't think that we should have done it. But to say that it's unjustified is incorrect.
Wait. We shouldn't have done it, but it's justified? Yeah. Justification would mean that we should do it. If there's justification, that means we should do it.
I am not pro like the extension of like the power of the American hegemon. Like I wish that would be dismantled, but like the United States military does not operate under that like they don't agree with that sentiment, right? Their justifications for things are going to be different, right? So
if that was
we
the
have
case,
good strategic.
I would have to say posit. I would have to posit to say that you would not be okay with. Oh my gosh. I lost my train of thought for a second, but you wouldn't be okay with imperialist behavior that we're performing right now. You wouldn't care about the United States being the world police.
I don't think that it is appropriate for us to like extract resources and like destabilize the economies and governments of other nations to benefit ourselves.
Not what I said.
And I don't think that
but that's what we're doing.
Like
we're literally doing that in Iran.
Yeah, and we're being the world
But
police
that doesn't
as well.
mean that it's unjustified, right? I think that it's morally unjustified, right? I think that it's morally unjustified. I'm not going to try to make a moral argument for any war. I don't think that's possible, right? But I think that like war is like a pragmatic manner, right? And like I guess like I'm not going to be like, you know, I'm not going to be cornered into trying to like defend the war in the essence where I think it's like a good thing to do. But I think to say like we don't have any reason to go to war with Iran like kind of ignores like geopolitics in its entirety. And like I don't like Trump. I think he's a fucking moron, and I think this war is stupid. And I
Okay,
think
I
that
just
it's a
wanna
serious
point out-
evidence.
I just want to point out
Please,
the
yeah.
reasons why Trump has claimed we went into Iran is that Iran was 2 weeks away from having a nuclear warhead. This is incorrect.
Which is bullshit, right?
So that
and
reason,
I agree. Like,
not
they've been 2 weeks
justified.
away from.
Reason number 2 that Trump said we went into Iran. Reason number 2 was the way that Iranians treat their own people. This is also not the case.
And number
because
three,
hold on.
Well, it is.
This is
the case.
This is hold on.
It
This is
the case
not.
that Iran,
Hold on.
the Iranian
Hold on.
regime.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on.
Okay.
This
hold
is
on,
not
hold
a
on.
justified reason.
I promise.
When Donald Trump has stated he does not care about the people of Iran, he does not want them to have a democratic state where they get to control their own people, and instead he wants to install a leader in Iran that he can control. So therefore, reason number 2 is not justified.
And that's bullshit.
So these are 2 reasons stated by Donald Trump for starting the war, both of which are unjustified.
Third reason for going in, and this is something that they've sort of dropped, and I think that this is one of actually the better reasons for justifying the war in Iran, which is like to dismantle the axis of resistance, right? Which is our principal like opponents in the Middle East. And like if we're going to go to war with China, right? Okay, here's the real deal. Like here's the real deal. Here's why I think that it's strategic. Well, okay, no. But like, dig this, right? Dig this. This is like what I really think that the deal is, right? Which is, I mean, whatever you think about the war with China, like that's where we're going, right? And just imagine that you are a warmongering, like shit-eating general who doesn't care about the human lives of anyone, right? And you hate the Chinese and you think nothing about how to destroy them most effectively, right? So the justification for dealing with the Iranians, right, is that they obviously, as they've demonstrated, have like the ability to like restrict, like to basically destroy the global economy, right? And they also like you know they export, I think it's like 40% of the crude oil that gets sent to China or something, and like a significant amount of their, maybe like 30% of their liquid natural gas, right? And so the strategic justification.
So the justification
right,
is it. Hold on. Wait. Why do you wait? Yeah. When I'm saying the word is not justified, I mean that the justification given by the United States government is not good justification. But you keep saying, but it is justified because it's good justification to the United States. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, so I'm sure harming China. I'm sure harming China to Trump seems justified, but it isn't when in the last 20 years, China hasn't launched a single attack on us, either physical, economic, cyber, or otherwise. So no, it's not justified to start a war with a war, or to start a war in order to hurt China economically. No, that's not justified when China hasn't done anything to us.
How would you respond to the dismantling of the like axis of resistance against the United States? And like we're talking about like Hezbollah and like the Houthis, right?
If that was the case, we wouldn't be in bed or be friends with like almost any Middle Eastern country. The Saudi princes have funded Hezbollah and they've funded the Houthis and they've funded Hamas. Israel has funded Hamas. Qatar funds the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. Like, we wouldn't be in bed with any Middle Eastern country if that was the case. But instead we are.
I think this is like a pretty serious misunderstanding of how the axis of resistance functions, right? Israel does not, like Benjamin Netanyahu, obviously, yes, there was some dealings with Hamas like before the war in Gaza began. But like to say that like our Gulf allies are in bed with the people that we're actively fighting a war against is like mildly ridiculous, I would say. Like like the reason that the
We're
Houthis
not
were able to
fighting
shut
against
down
the
the Bab el
Hezbollah,
Mandeb.
the Houthis right now. We're
Yes,
fighting
we
against an
are.
entire
Yes, we
Iranian
are.
people.
We are allies. We're allies with Israel. We're fighting. We're allies with Israel, and there's currently a massive ground invasion of southern Lebanon, right? And
By
I'm just
Israel. We're
yes,
not
by Israel, who is
participating
our
in that.
ally in the war against the Axis of Resistance in Iraq, right?
the
Our
only
war is against Iran.
justified.
Israel
The
is
only
our
justified
partner
position,
in
the
war
only
against
justified
Iran.
position you can hold here, the only justified position would be we're starting a war with Iran to give the Iranian people democratic control of their government. But that's
Would
not
you
why
say
we're
that that's a
doing
good
it.
justification?
That is the only good.
Would you say
That would be the only good justification. But that's not the reason
Would
we're
you
doing
say
it.
that it's
So therefore,
would
there
you-
is
would
no
you say that it's
justification here.
possible- I mean, I guess okay. I think that in the way that I look at it, like I think that we I guess I don't know all of your worldviews, but I've listened to a lot of your debates and content and things like that, and I think that we hold like a similar worldview. But like I'm separating my own personal perspective from like the perspective of the people that are like doing the war, like and the president of the United States and like the people who are actually fighting the war, and like in like the pragmatic sense of like why, like to say it's unjustified means like there is no reason to do it, but that's clearly untrue, right?
No.
Our
To
geopolitical
say it's
opponents, right?
unjustified means that Donald Trump's
It's morally
the
bad,
United
is what you're saying.
No. To
You're
say
saying
that
it's
the
morally
war
bad, which I agree with.
No,
Yeah.
to say the war in Iran is unjustified is to say that the United States goals and reasons for enter the war have there's no justification for them. Not that there would never be justification ever. It's that our stated reasons for entering the war are unjustified. We're not in the war to give Iranian people their civil rights. We're not in the war to make sure the Iranian people have control over their government. We're not in the war to do any of that. None of that is the stated reason. The only reason we're in the war, truthfully, is because Netanyahu has been trying to convince the United States to bomb Iran since 1995. And he convinced Trump. Trump was the only idiot stupid enough to fall for it.
1993 was his first speech that he gave about them being 2 weeks away or a couple months away.
And like it's bullshit. Obviously, they've been 2 weeks away for a long time, and the reason that they haven't acquired a nuclear weapon is because we've been killing all of their scientists and blowing up all of their nuclear facilities and murdering a bunch of people for the last several decades.
It's
right?
because they had been complying with the JCPOA and their own fatwa that was issued by Ayatollah Khamenei back in 1991 that was then ratified by the UN in 2004. Like, you can say all of these things, but that's just not true. They've been upholding it, right? The only reason why they were able to get to 60% level of enrichment was simply because Donald J. Trump, and I know you don't support him, and that's fine. Donald J. Trump, our current president, withdrew from the JCPOA, violated the JCPOA
which was fucking stupid.
On May 8th, 2018, when he reimposed sanctions. Iran is the only country that was the signatory on the JCPOA that had to invoke their clause that says that this needs to be remedied within 15 days or it's going to be considered null and void, that the sanctions were placed back on them. They were the only ones that invoked the clause that said, hey, let's reevaluate this and something needs to be fixed within 15 days, right? Because before that, they had agreed to a maximum enrichment of 3.67, which they maintained up until 2020.
Which is curious that they've now suddenly enriched to 60% uranium.
No, it's not. They did it. They did it. Wait. You recognize that they did not enrich to 60% until after Trump ended the Iranian nuclear deal.
And it still took them years to get there.
Yes, I do.
They did it to call his bluff.
Uranium, right?
They did it to call his bluff.
And I would also posit to say that the reason why they enriched to the way that they did is because, apparently a nuclear weapon seems to be the only deterrent against someone being as fucking crazy as Trump.
Yes. This is precisely why I think that the Iranians are pursuing a nuclear weapon. This is exactly why I think that
again.
Can we stop? Can we stop with the I think they're doing this with zero? You have zero evidence. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And your claim right now is that they're building nuclear weapons, and you have zero evidence for that claim, Nathan. Zero. And in fact, all of the actual evidence says otherwise. It says no, they aren't. Sure. Did they enrich up to 60%? Yup. Not denying that. Are they trying
Is
to build a
there a
nuclear
single
weapon?
reason?
No.
Is there a purpose? Is there a purpose to
Because they
enrich
wanted to
uranium up
call
to 60%?
Trump's bluff. They were pissed at Trump for pulling out of the deal. So they said, okay, you want to pull out of our deal? We're going to enrich up to 60%. Fuck you. That's Iran's
that
stated
is-
reason.
That
That's
you
what.
have
That's
a
what.
misunderstanding of how expensive and
You
complicated the
don't
enrichment of
have
uranium is.
any evidence, Nathan. You have no evidence for your
Awfully
claim, and you're going
not.
to sit here and say, I have a misunderstanding. Can you please, what? You have no evidence for any of the stuff you say.
Would you spend
I'm
several
done. Hold on for a second. You can be on mute for a second. Okay. Even the OM director of the IAEA said that while it is troubling that they weren't allowed to inspect the unlisted facilities from the JCPOA, they had no reason to believe that Iran had any intentions of obtaining a nuclear weapon. These are people that have been in a place and have been doing the inspections since this whole thing happened for the last 11 fucking years. Well, 10 to be exact. And it's just so frustrating to hear people keep going down this road. And I'm like, again, if we were saying, like Jovan said, the only justified reason for starting a war in Iran would be liberating the Iranian people for them to take over their own government, but they can't do that when they are unarmed, and Israel and America are constantly dropping bombs on their capital, Tehran. They can't fight back. Donald Trump let the fucking cat out of the bag again, where he said, well, we gave weapons to the Kurds, and we were hoping they were going to go in and give weapons to the people, but they just kept them instead. The Kurds, who aren't even willing to take up the fight, in most cases, some are, but they want security guarantees from the United States of America, because back in 2018, the first time Trump was president, he did the same thing, asked them, hey, can you help us out in doing something? And then he abandoned the Kurds in trying to do something with Turkey, right? They started the Turkish-Kurdish war all over again. They're not doing anything. At this point, this war is only because of fucking oil and resources. Because, Jovan, I mean, in all seriousness, why else would we put a counter blockade on their fucking blockade?
Because this war has caused U.S. oil companies to raise their profits by $63 billion in a month. But yeah, let's it's definitely the socialist position to say it's justified. But it's also weird, Nathan, because your position is, well, there are reasons it's justified to the U.S. to do it, but I can use that for everything. The Holocaust was justified then.
Shit.
Right? It's such, it's nonsense.
You can bring him off mute if you want. I just wanted to rant without being overspoken, because he kept over talking me, but didn't do it to you.
Oof.
No, that's true. I'm sorry if I was disrespectful. It's over the phone, so it's sort of difficult sometimes to know when you're talking. But I'm willing to drop the claim about nuclear weapons if you guys feel that would be productive. I think that I guess let's address the axis of resistance. Okay, I take that back. So you say, I agree that morally justified, right, reason for going to war with Iran is trying to liberate the Iranian people, right? This is the only, what I would say is quote unquote good reason, right, for going to war with Iran. And you are correct in saying that the Iranian people do not have the ability to liberate themselves. So my question to you would be, how then would it become liberated without some sort of foreign power interviewing
if
and
the
trying
United
to change the regime?
States, this is the last thing I'm going to say, and then we do need to move on to the next caller. If the United States was going into the war in Iran in order to liberate the Iranian people and give them democratic control over their country, that could potentially be a justified reason. This isn't what the United States is doing. This isn't their plan. They have no stated goal whatsoever to do this. And in fact, they've said the complete otherwise, which is, we don't want them to become a democratic state. So that means that the United States' reasons for joining this war are all completely unjustified. So,
Okay.
Nathan,
Yep.
that's the last thing. We got to move on to the next caller.
Thank you very much for your time, and have a good evening.
Relearn your socialist values, because you're not one. For fuck's sake.
Woo! My favorite thing about war is war never changes.
My friends would call him a crusty leftist.
Crusty leftist is hilarious.
Crusty or crunchy? I don't really remember which way they say it. It sounds the same sometimes over headphones.
My God.
I feel like I kind of want to just rag on 34 for a second, because I feel like that's not going to go very far.
Go nuts. Bring them up.
Okay. All right. We have James calling from Texas. Hi, James. How old are you?
42.
42.
I'm going to get
All
water
right.
while you handle this one.
Sounds good. So let's see. Can you explain why you called in real quick and make it as brief as possible? Straight to the point.
Sure. Scrolling randomly on YouTube, ran on across your show at the time where the people were debating some seemingly random racist things, and it did not seem to me that you all were at least picking callers at the time that were fairly representative of well-formed conservative opinions.
And do we have a control over who calls
Go ahead and
into
call
our...
in.
Yeah, do we have control over who decides to call into our phone system?
No, I imagine you will have control over what calls you take, though.
Yeah. Yeah. We didn't have as many people as you thought, and almost every single one of them wanted to talk about the exact same subject, except for one who didn't have the patience to wait and hung up.
Fair enough, but you know, editorial standards exist, and if you all want to debate their positions, you know, I don't know. I just tuned into your show for the first time tonight. I mean, maybe it's an entertainment show where you all pick poorly formed conservative opinions to make fun of.
You think
That
I
may be
enjoy
fun.
sitting here and just not having a chance to speak? Because that's what most of those conversations turned into, sir. Like, I like having a chance to speak. Hell, I run my own show three nights a week by myself. So,
well,
So, bro, are we journalists
I've
all of a
only.
sudden? Did we
apparently.
become journalists?
I don't know what you all are. I was randomly
editorial
scroll-
standards. We're YouTube
Hell,
personalities.
I want to be a journalist. That's actually not a bad thing, but you know, I ain't got that credibility. So, also, I hate
I'm just going to
writing,
throw
so
this
I
out
wouldn't
here.
get it there.
Having debated conservatives for the last 5 years, I think we talk to people who exemplify exactly what conservatives tend to believe.
Yeah. I actually would agree with that one too. They're not great.
I figured that'd be the response, but I'm happy to talk about any. I mean, there's maybe some issues where we align. War in Iran, for example. I don't know how you all feel about the genocide in Gaza. I think it is genocide. I imagine we align on that issue, but I imagine there's issues where there are intelligent conservative opinions and disagreements where we disagree that I'd be happy to talk about. You know, I think tariff policy would be one potentially where we would disagree. We could have an intelligent discussion on that. There may be, certainly I imagine there's disagreements on Roe v. Wade and Dobbs. So I'm happy to discuss those things. So,
I'm curious.
I think
Sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I do apologize. I am curious. Who did you vote for in 2016?
2016, I voted third party.
Okay. Who did you vote for in 2020?
I didn't vote in 2020.
2024?
I voted for Trump in 2024.
Okay.
And to be clear, my non-vote in 2020 was a political act. I voted in every election since I turned 18. I did not like either of the choices I was presented, so I chose not to vote.
Gotcha.
But, I voted for Trump in 2024 largely because of his anti-war position. I think he's betrayed that position. I was really disappointed by Kamala's statement that she wouldn't have done anything different than Joe Biden. I thought Joe Biden's support
That's not
of
what she
Israel's
said.
actions in Gaza was deplorable, and I was hoping we'd have something different. Clearly, we don't.
Cool. So I'm only going to stay on the Kamala bit for a moment because it's always weird to me that people lived and died in like 2024. It's interesting. Kamala did not say she wouldn't have changed anything. When she was asked what would she change, she said, "I can't think of anything at this moment." And then towards the end of the interview, she actually gave a critique of the Biden administration. Do I remember what it is offhand? No, I'll be honest, I do not. But she did. Like, people only listen to one segment, they listen to a soundbite that didn't go back and listen to the full interview, and it shows every single time someone says something like that. So why is it, and I'm just going to throw my own
don't mean to
question out
interrupt
there.
you.
What's up? I
She
interrupted
was
you when it's
campaigning
fair.
actively with neocons. Yeah, she was actively campaigning with neocons.
Oh, the
I
Cheneys
mean,
were shit.
there
They
was,
should not have, she should not have accepted that endorsement.
yeah, I mean, and so I didn't see any meaningful anything to make me believe that she would be anything meaningfully different from Biden on that subject. I think our continued involvement in the Middle East has been, I was on the streets protesting the Iraq War. I mean, it's shocking to believe that my entire adult life we have not been at war in the Middle East in some form or fashion. It is. I mean, that's a terrible thing to think about, but it's absolutely true. Since I turned 18, we have not been at war, and we've been at war in the Middle East. I think it's a travesty. I think it's a waste of millions of lives, and so I think it's time for us to get out and to get out of the Israel business, to get out of the Middle East, and there was a lot of talk, I thought, early on about a pivot to China. I thought all of that was very good. I'm very disappointed. I'm very curious as to what happened. I don't know if there's been blackmail. I don't, it's just, I just don't understand what's happened. Unlike the previous caller, I don't think there's any justifiable reason for the United States to have gone to war here other than, either Trump's vanity, believing that he will, or some, it doesn't make any sense to me. And I continue to feel like I'm living in crazy land where I don't know what's happening. Well, it just doesn't make any sense.
Unfortunately, and the main thing that happened is, unfortunately, 77 million American citizens had the wool pull over their eyes and willingly voted for Donald Trump instead of a smart, educated Black woman who had great policies. And I assume most of the 77 million people did not read Donald Trump's 16-page wish list and voted for him anyways, and didn't listen to anybody say, "I told you this was going to happen," while they were campaigning or while they were on the campaign trail. Also,
I'm curious as to whether you actually believe Kamala Harris's policies in the Middle East would have been any different. I mean, it's she was part of the Uniparty, right? The Uniparty that when the Democrats and Republicans agree, that we're all getting screwed, right? And they all agree largely on Middle East policy, even if you look at a lot of the Democrats.
No, they're pretty split down the middle right now. The only Democrat that's heavily for the war is going to be fucking John Fetterman. And then you have Rand Paul, who's spoken very heavily against Donald Trump's actions with Iran so far. Very heavily. You have fucking Republicans also speaking out and being like, this is Israel's war. You have people that have left his staff because this is the first time that they felt that someone of foreign influence, Israel, actually swayed our president to attack another country.
Oh, I do want to point out two things. Wait, real quick, James, real quick.
Yeah.
I want to point out two things.
I do have a point to make on that.
Sure, I just want to point out two things. One, Kamala Harris, when she was running, said specifically she wanted to renegotiate the nuclear deal, which Iran was 100% in favor of doing. Now, she did say she would use military force if necessary. I don't disagree with that. But her main stated goal was, I want to renegotiate the deal, which was not Trump's. So I think she showed very plainly that she was vastly different from him on the way she would have handled Iran's nuclear capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and Donald Trump said, I think I'm not going to go to war with Iran. Let's end these regime change wars. You can say a lot of things on the campaign. But the point I wanted to make to the earlier point you made, other than Ro Khanna, Bernie Sanders, maybe Thomas Massey, there's been zero support in Congress on either side of the aisle to stop funding military aid to Israel. There's been
I
zero
don't disagree with you
on that. I mean, even
AOC,
we don't disagree.
Even AOC voted to continue sending aid to Israel. And we can talk about defensive aid versus offensive aid. I think it's a mirage. Money is fungible, number one. And number two, all of the defense we offer to Israel allows them to continue acting with impunity in being at war with 7 different countries. So, I think I don't necessarily think
I want to just point something out here. I just want to really quick, because I want to make sure that we're being truthful. AOC has never voted in favor of sending arms to Israel. She voted present when it came to Israel Iron Dome funding, which is not a yes or a no, and she voted against spending bills that included aid to Israel. She has not ever voted yes in arming Israel. She's never voted yes to that. She's been pretty clear on her stance on this.
My recollection was there was an amendment offered by Marjorie Taylor Greene at some point, and maybe that's when she voted present, but she certainly didn't vote for that amendment.
No, we're talking about the 2021 funding bill that she voted
present on that. Yeah, that's it. That's all she's done. Marjorie Taylor Greene introduced an amendment to a largely flawed bill that AOC was not voting for anyway. And AOC said, if you offered a bill, a single issue bill, she said this to Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm pretty sure in a tweet recently, had you offered a single issue bill that strictly focused on limiting the funding, she probably would have voted yes on it. But that was not what was offered.
I will agree that AOC has been better than most on this issue, although, I think there was some interview she did in Germany recently that's pretty appalling on the subject. But in any event, I don't know if she's the torch leader on this. I do think Bernie Sanders has been very good on this. I think Thomas Massey's been very good on this. I think Ro Khanna has been very good on this.
Yeah, and just real quick, I pulled it up real quick. I pulled it up. Marjorie Taylor Greene's... I pulled it up because I just want to make sure we have all the correct information. Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill limited funding for the Iron Dome, but it continued to allow funding for offensive weapon shipments. And it didn't target that at all. That's why AOC didn't vote in favor of it. She voted present, which is not a yes or a no.
My recollection of it, but that's fine.
Sure, but
my understanding was that the bill was about Iron Dome funding and the amendment. And you may be correct. I don't have it in front of me, but she has been better on it, certainly recently. I think that, but we're talking about a handful of members of Congress. You're talking about like the Chuck Schumer maybe speaking out against the war, but he is all in favor of almost unconditional support of Israel. You look at, a lot of the Congress people, a lot of the Democratic side who are speaking out against the war because it's politically convenient to do so. But look at how they treated, look at what they're doing in Maine with respect to, I can't recall the gentleman's name, but they're, the support for the 86-year-old former governor who is, unconditional support for Israel. I mean, the Democratic Party, at least from leadership down, has a huge departure from what I see in the Democratic base and largely a growing consensus in this country about their unconditional support for Israel. So I don't know if the Democrats are actually any better on this issue than the Republicans. That's at least my view. I think it's empirically supported by looking at what they're doing. I mean, you just look at APAC funding for Democrats. I
want to say again. I'm not sitting here saying. Hold on, real quick. I want to just point out. I'm not sitting here saying that the Democrats are perfect and that Iran is going to what's the word I'm looking for? The Democrats are perfect, and that the Iran war wouldn't have happened 100% under Kamala Harris's presidency. What I'm saying is that her stated position was that she wanted to renegotiate the deal, and that the reason Iran reached, not that Iran was a nuclear threat anyway, because they weren't, but the reason Iran even reached where they were in uranium enrichment is because Trump pulled out of the nuclear deal. Now, granted, he did that in his first term, obviously, but it took them a while to get to 60%. Now, I think even if Iran had nuclear weapons, that's justification for the war? Nope. But because we literally don't attack countries with nukes because they have nukes, right? Like that's kind of the whole big thing. We avoid attacking countries with nukes. That being said, oh, sorry, no, you go, because I know you have to leave soon. So you.
Yeah, no, I was actually gonna just let y'all know that I was dropping off, and y'all can enjoy some Jimmy. Jimmy came back. He said alley-oop. So good night, chat. Love you guys. Have fun, Jimmy. Have fun, Jovan. I'm gonna drop off so Jimmy can be added in.
See
Deuces.
you.
Bye, James. Have a good night.
Hi. I have a couple of notes for James.
You go. I'm gonna go get my. I'm gonna go. Sure. I was making a late night meal while. So you
go get your late night meal. You earlier asked whether or not we thought things would have been meaningfully different if Kamala Harris had been in office. Yes. Not only yes, well, duh. And hang on.
Specifically with respect to the Middle East.
Yes. And duh.
Not generally about other things.
Yeah. Were things different under Joe Biden, even in Gaza, than they were under Donald Trump?
I don't see much difference, to be honest.
That's insane, because Israel will tell you there was a difference, that essentially the blank check came. There was no restrictions. There was no more considerations of, are we going to push this too far? And you had an incoming candidate in Kamala Harris saying, they're pushing this too far. When I'm president, things are going to look different, as well as symbolic things of willing to do things that spat in the face of Netanyahu, which Donald Trump was not willing to do. The number one reason you can expect different in what happened in Iran, when you're saying the uniparty, then why didn't Obama or Biden go to war with Iran? And if you're saying they would have eventually, what significant material change happened that it had to have happened now? And this is when Kamala Harris would have gone to war, because all of our intelligence, including Donald Trump's own DNI, was saying nothing had changed. And the clear goal of Kamala Harris and the Democrats, of which I am not one, but the clear goal of them was to re-enter something like the Iran nuclear deal negotiated under President Obama. So how you can say you don't think they would have been significantly different, when literally, even if you're a uniparty, a conspiracy theorist or whatever you want to call it, even if that's the position you take, it would have been different because it was already different. They already had a pattern of difference that you don't have a good reason for why they would have changed.
So, as an initial matter, calling me a conspiracy theorist is unwarranted. But well, putting that aside,
I didn't call you a general conspiracy theorist. I named the specific.
I didn't interrupt you, so please don't interrupt me.
Oh, no. I will interrupt you. I will interrupt you, especially when you decided to go like on the cross there and then just move past it without giving me a chance to respond. I didn't just call you a conspiracy theorist. I specifically called you a uniparty conspiracy theorist. Just like if you had said we didn't go to the moon, I would call you a moon landing conspiracy theorist, not a general one.
Well, I think there's a lot of evidence to support the idea of a uniparty, but I'm not going to get into that debate. I want to address your point about, you lumped Obama and Biden together. Those are two different presidents that had two different Middle East policies. Obama did do some significant pushback against Israel. He did the JCPOA, which Netanyahu did everything, to try to stop. I will agree that Obama did do some, at least, facial pushback. I challenge you to identify a single thing the Biden administration did to try to restrain Israel and Gaza. And then even more than that, any U.S. president could immediately stop it by just simply cutting off funding. I don't understand why that hasn't happened. I mean, do
You're
you deny
literally
that there was a
literally
genocide
trying
in
to.
Gaza? Do you deny
We're
there
fully
was a
here at
genocide
Gish
in Gaza
Galloping now,
during the
where you're
Biden
trying to move.
administration?
You're now trying to move.
Do you deny there was a genocide in
Hey,
Gaza during
James.
the Biden administration?
Hey, James. Have you watched this fucking show? Of course I don't. But you're now trying to
I've
move
not
from the
watched this
actual.
show.
It shows, buddy, because your first call in, the first thing you wanted to tell the screener was that we're purposefully picking essentially caricatures of conservative positions instead of real ones. If you had watched the show, you would have known that's insane. We just take who calls. And if you call in conservative, we'll make the show go late to accommodate them. So it very much shows that you have strong opinions about a show that you've never watched and you're jumping to conclusions. I talk about the genocide and call both Obama and Biden genocidal maniacs. So I actually am able to talk about and discuss the nuance as you're trying to blow straight past the actual point, get upset that I called you a uniparty conspiracy theorist, and then went with, well, I think there's a lot of reason to believe. Keep in mind, for those who are listening and don't know, uniparty isn't just both the Democrats and the Republicans are capitalists and serving capitalism. Of course, that is literally true, and that's why I'm not a Democrat. It is an actual conspiracy that they are working together, that they are a single ruling cartel, that the Democrats behind the scenes also chose Trump, that it is literally, so even if you think it is true, you cannot deny it is a conspiracy. You just think it's one of the conspiracies that are true. The actual question was
Excuse
about...
me, I don't believe I've articulated any of those positions. So you all are...
Okay, did you or did you not use the phrase
against me and assume for making assumptions about your show.
You use the phrase uniparty.
The things that I have not.
Hey, buddy, if you say
Pizzagate,
Pizzagate in a political debate, we're going to know that you think that somebody was fucking kids in a pizza place in Washington, D.C. If you start talking about the uniparty, you are referring to a specific conspiracy. If you'd like to say you didn't know that that's what people mean when they invoke the uniparty, you're welcome to withdraw. This is your shortcoming, not my own.
I've heard hosts like Crystal Ball, use the term uniparty to refer. So, you may have this. I've not heard of this conspiracy that you're
Go ahead and
alleging
get Crystal Ball to call in, and I will correct her on her usage.
Like Crystal Ball and the Young Turks use the phrase uniparty to describe the kind of neocon and neoliberal support of aggressive U.S. foreign policy.
You go ahead and get them to call in, and I will correct them on their usage, because I'm not going to sit here and go like, yeah, I'm totally buying that you on their behalf you're representing this correctly. You use conspiracy language. You got called out for using conspiracy language. Sorry, bro.
I don't believe it to be conspiracy language. I'm using it in the context that I've heard it used on shows that I watch. Wasn't aware of this other conspiracy.
Yeah, I thought Pizzagate was literally the gate that they have at the front of the Pizza Hut. Like, you got to go through the gate to get in there. That's not my fault for using it wrong.
You're kind of proving the point in which I initially called in. You're being unnecessarily hostile and very weird instead of debating. Are
you sure you're not feeling unnecessarily cornered and unwilling to admit you were wrong?
What are you talking about?
I think maybe you perceive hostility and where you absolutely get wrecked.
I've never heard of this uniparty conspiracy theory that you're talking about.
That's delicious.
And you're just assuming that I believe something that I've never heard about and certainly not commonly known.
What if a Domino's has a fence?
The Domino's
Would you go through the Pizzagate?
I don't even understand the point of what you're saying right now.
My second point for you, the Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm enjoying myself either way. The Marjorie Taylor Greene amendment that you're referring to, as Jovan already gave you multiple corrections on, I think a lot of people were disappointed in AOC because they did see that as but I will tell you this also, the other note, and this is probably the one she's not willing to say out loud because they have to worry about their stupid PR. And unfortunately, politicians aren't as honest with us as we should. If there is a thing that is only going to be symbolic and has no chance of succeeding, you absolutely have to assess who you are allying with. Marjorie Taylor Greene isn't an anti-Zionist for good reasons. Marjorie Taylor Greene is an anti-Zionist because she's an anti-Semite. And so if there was a chance of an Iron Dome bill actually passing, where you're cutting it off and you actually have a shot at something like that, then you may, in Congress only, team up with people you find detestable and accept their votes. But in a symbolic vote, you have to wonder if you're going to go to the party with the Nazis, whether or not you're now at a Nazi party. And that, to me, is the most obvious reason why you would not vote. And I would say that I am disappointed in the people who did symbolically side with her, because her reason for anti-Zionism is not our reason for anti-Zionism.
Okay. I mean, I that's some weird associational defense of a vote that I think many people were disappointed in, but I've not heard her make that.
And was the right decision for her to make.
That's
If a Nazi comes to your party and you don't kick them out, you're at a Nazi party.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a Nazi.
I wouldn't expect a conservative
don't know
to.
that she's an anti-Semite, but
I don't know. I'd say the Holocaust
you know,
denial and the Jewish space lasers and the great many other conspiracies she's elevated over the year, weather control by the Rothschilds. I'd say it's pretty clear what side of Semitism she comes down on.
All right. I mean, I'm not here to defend Marjorie Taylor Greene. So I am here to defend, her.
I wouldn't have made the point
I thought
then.
was principled on Israel, and it seems to me to say a lot about your character that you can't see other people on the other side taking principled stances without, putting some sort of, motivation behind it. But that's fine.
Jesus fucking Christ. What did you, how much shit is on your hand that you had to reach that deeply into your ass to accuse me of something you have no basis for? I literally talked about the motivation of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and now you've assigned it to an entire group of people. Now, if you wanted my opinion on conservatism, yeah, I absolutely don't think you can be a conservative without being a white supremacist. But you should
how are you defining conservative? How are you defining conservative?
I'm sure that your definition will be just fine.
I mean, I think that these terms have lacked meaning since Donald Trump, who I think historically was a Democrat and continues
Well,
to
if it makes you feel any better, I think Reagan conservatives were also white supremacists.
But, I think that, the term conservative can mean a lot of different things.
Great.
So I'm not sure what you mean by the term conservative.
Anyone who would have embraced anyone who would have embraced the term anywhere in your lifetime, I would say, is also a white supremacist.
Okay. I mean, if you want to believe that, that's fine.
Thank you
I
for
don't
your
think
permission.
there's much evidence to support that.
You haven't asked.
But that's fine. What?
Well, you haven't asked.
I mean, I'm asking how you're defining the term conservative, because there are certainly a lot of different definitions of that term.
And I just explained I don't need to go with a single one. I just explained to you I don't need to go with a single one, because I would apply my summary of conservatives to anybody identifying as a conservative in your lifetime. How old were you again, James?
42.
Yeah, definitely your lifetime. Reagan through now, the people who proudly called themselves conservatives. It's kind of in the name in a way.
I mean, I don't understand what that term means. I don't typically try to use it because I think it's pretty imprecise.
You told your screener you were a conservative.
So I said I don't believe that's actually what I told the screener, but that's fine.
What'd you tell him?
I told him I would be aligned with independent. I told her who I voted for, as I told the initial questions about who I voted for. I mean, depends on which election, but I hear you.
2024, I mean.
I voted for Trump in 2024, and I think I've explained why. 2020, I didn't vote for anyone. 2016, I voted third party.
And you voted and you made the
twice.
white supremacist choice there too. So whether you're a conservative or not, I'd lump you in there as well.
I made a calculated choice as to in two imperfect, who I viewed as two flawed candidates.
Oh, me too. I chose the one that I chose the one that
position.
wouldn't disproportionately benefit white supremacy in the country, though.
Well, you and I have different priorities. I primarily voted based on an anti-war position, and it seemed to me
How'd that go?
At least, well, I mean, it went poorly, and I think I've admitted that. But Kamala was, I explained, campaigning with Meghan McCain,
Can I give you some
I
advice?
challenge you to defend that. I mean,
Can you give me?
So-
Oh no, definitely. I'll engage that in a moment. But I'd like to give you some advice. Start watching our shows because literally everything that has happened under Trump, I told everybody would happen back in 24, back in 23, including the war with Iran. All this shit. Literally, we called it. And so, since you haven't been watching our stuff, maybe you should absorb our program because we are eerily good at our jobs. It's kind of gross. Anyway, I don't defend the Meghan McCain thing. I think
thought
that
you
it
all
was
weren't
actually.
journalists. I mean, I will continue watching Breaking Points and Young Turks and a variety of different sources after your attitude today. I don't think I will be tuning into your show because it doesn't seem you want to engage in honest debate.
Oh no!
I
Did I
mean,
lose James?
Again, you're proving my point here. You don't want to engage in honest debate.
Oh,
Which is fine. You
Did I
can
lose
be an idiot
James?
if you want.
I lost
I don't
James.
care.
Oh,
You're just a
guys.
random person on the internet.
Guys, am I just a random person on the internet? What's that make you, James?
Someone probably considerably more successful than you, but that's fine.
Do you think so? Because you called my show.
Yeah, I'm out of town on board.
Oh, I see. So you're very much more successful than me. You're making claims. Tell me about your success. Because just so you know, I own the entire extended network that you're currently on, not just Jimmy Snow and The Line, but also The Line. The reason this show exists that you called in. You're looking at them, buddy. So tell me about your success.
Yeah, I've never heard of your show prior to today.
And yet, here you are. So tell me about your success.
I have a JD from a top 14 law school. I work for partners for an international law firm. So you want to know.
Wow. And this has been your representation of policy and your understanding of the political system. I got to tell you, James, the thing I am first and foremost is a skeptic. And I got to tell you, I'm feeling that level of skepticism. I just like anybody who wants to talk about you don't want to have a debate in good faith. I'm more successful than you. I'm loving this, James. You're good at this. You're great. Would you like a job here?
You asked who I was. I mean, I'm answering your question. You're clearly not trying to engage in a good faith debate.
Yes, I asked who you were. I asked. Okay, wait. Try it with me. Ask who I am.
Who are you?
Someone with a better wiener than you. Do you see how that's not relevant to the actual question? Because that's basically how you answered. Now you wonder, I wondered about your success. You're wondering about my wiener.
Engaging in a debate that was a reactionary comment, so I apologize for my comment.
I would say reactionary is the correct way to describe you. Yes.
Debate here.
I'm glad you used the word reactionary.
You've not been, I think everyone watching the show can see that you've not been attempting and trying to engage in a good faith debate.
Oh,
I think that I was having a very pleasant conversation with your co-host prior to you joining.
Hey, James.
And then you came in doing whatever the hell shtick this is. And
whatever shtick this is. James, I agree. I gave up on good faith as soon as you started trying to gish gallop and talk over and make little snide martyr points and basically got up on the cross. You're quite right. I agree. I've left good faith with you.
About? I don't believe I did any of that.
It was how you first begun speaking, my guy. I actually told you when it was happening. I asked you to get off the cross. Anyway, is this the remainder of the conversation?
You alleged that I was a conspiracy theorist without any
Is this the remainder? You are a conspiracy theorist.
Okay, you can believe what you want to believe. I mean,
cool.
I don't understand.
Okay, thank you. I believe you're a conspiracy theorist and a white supremacist.
Actually, a very pleasant discussion with your co-host before you joined, and you've come in and done whatever you've done. You're clearly not attempting to engage in a good faith debate here.
And I will. What's the word? I will scold them both for it.
Fine.
If you scold me, I quit.
I mean, you can have whatever show you want to have. What was that?
He said he thinks he's more successful than you are.
I mean, if you're finding this entertaining, good for you. I'm finding it entertaining and illustrative of the point I called in to originally make. Is I mean, if you all want to have this show, you can have this show.
Do you notice that you still haven't actually? Did you notice that I actually made points in response to the points you made, and all you've done is whine and complain, and you've never actually made comprehensive responses to them?
So let's go back to the debate then. I'll ask you the question which you haven't answered. Which
thank you. Somebody has to direct this call. Thank goodness you're here, James.
Meaningful steps did Joe Biden take to stop the genocide in Gaza?
Hey, let's go back to my question. Do you remember what it was? And then I'll answer yours.
Can you answer my question, please?
After you answer mine, because I asked first. Do you remember it?
What
Do you remember my question?
did Joe Biden take to
I'm
stop
gonna
the
answer.
genocide in Gaza?
I will happily answer that as soon as you answer mine, but I bet you can't even name my questions because I don't think you ever listened to them.
You want to ask me one now, I'm happy to answer it. But I'll just point out that you seem unable or unwilling to answer, because you're the one alleging that that Kamala Harris would have been meaningfully different from Donald Trump
Yes.
in the Middle East.
Correct.
What meaningful steps did Joe Biden take to stop a genocide in Gaza?
Sure. And I'm going to answer the question after you answer mine. And I will want to know whether or not
Then ask your question.
you do recognize you've created a false dilemma or a false dichotomy, right? The claim Joe Biden and Kamala Harris would have been meaningfully different than Donald Trump in the Middle East, and the claim Joe Biden took meaningful steps to end the genocide in Gaza are not related to each other. You know that, yes?
Kamala Harris was part of Joe Biden's administration.
Is what I just said incorrect?
Regardless as to what she said.
Is what I just said incorrect,
Are you going to let
James?
me answer anything?
No, James, you're not answering my question. You're answering something else, like a conservative does.
You're not asking a question.
Yes, I did, James. Do you recognize that those are unrelated things? That the claim Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were meaningfully different on Gaza and the Middle East, and the claim that Donald Trump, rather different on Gaza, and then the claim, the question, what did Joe Biden do to meaningfully stop the genocide in Gaza? They aren't actually related to each other. To say they would have been different does not imply that Joe Biden tried to stop it. I don't know if you remember. I doubt you do. I literally called Joe Biden on this call with you a genocidal maniac. But I'm not engaging in good faith. You're just simply not listening to me.
I don't agree with your characterization.
That Joe Biden's a genocidal maniac?
But I do think that it's difficult to answer your questions when you interrupt me after every 3 words.
Yeah, that's true.
So yes, I do think those questions are related. I do think asking what Joe Biden did meaningfully to stop genocide in Gaza is certainly relevant.
Let's say, James, let's say he did nothing.
Would have been different to
James, let's say he did nothing to meaningfully end the genocide in Gaza. Could it still be true that Kamala Harris or even a second term of Joe Biden would have been meaningfully different in the Middle East than Donald Trump?
I mean, I can't predict a hypothetical like that, but they certainly
that wasn't a hypothetical.
Major change.
That wasn't a hypothetical.
You're going to interrupt me. There's no point.
Yes, I am going to interrupt you.
You're not going to let me answer the question.
You're the one that beep was you muting. You're the one here whining that you're not being engaged in good faith. I asked you a non-hypothetical question and you said, I can't engage a hypothetical. Asking whether a thing is still possible to be true is not a hypothetical. I'm not saying, let's hypothetically say this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. I am simply asking you a logic question because you said the correlation is tied in. And so I am asking you to demonstrate it. Let's say he did nothing to meaningfully change what happened in Gaza. Could it still be true, logically, could it still follow logically that a second term of Biden or a term of Kamala Harris could still be meaningfully different than Trump? That was your question. It wasn't a hypothetical. It is a logic question. Go ahead, James.
I have no evidence to support that it would have been meaningfully different. And I don't.
That wasn't your question, James. So you're whining that I'm not engaging in faith, and you're not. I didn't ask whether it was going to.
You're not asking
Forget whether or not.
I barely understand your question. You can't.
Yes, I agree. I agree. So I'm going to mute you again, and you can listen to it very closely. Forget Trump, Biden, Kamala Harris. Person A does nothing to meaningfully end a genocide in Gaza. Person B is an alternative to person A. And person C is another alternative to both person A and B. If person A does nothing to meaningfully stop a genocide in Gaza, is it possible that person A, person B, and person C could still have different positions on the Middle East than person A and B, A and C, than person B? That beep means you're unmuted.
The answer clearly is yes.
No
It's
shit,
also certainly
Sherlock.
possible excuse
Exactly.
me, let
So-
me, you're
so
asking a
then
question
you- no
devoid
excusing
of the
you. So-
context of people having campaigned,
Hey, James.
people having been part of an administration.
Hey, James. Do you know what you just did?
It is possible
Hey, James.
that anything could happen.
James, did you know what
Yeah.
you just did? You just admitted that I was right
What?
earlier when I said the policy on Gaza does not mean that asking whether he did something meaningful to stop the genocide in Gaza is not a commentary, is not a relevant question to whether or not his or Kamala Harris's Middle East policy would have been meaningfully different than Donald Trump's. They are separate issues, and you have just acknowledged it, but you'll never, great
No,
lawyer
I
that
don't
you are.
acknowledge that.
Right, I know you are.
You're
I know you won't admit it.
all
You
of
did
the
acknowledge it.
context of 4 years of the Biden administration, of which
Yep.
Kamala Harris was a part,
Yep.
a whole campaign that happened during which the Democratic Party refused to allow Palestinian speakers at the DNC.
Yep,
right?
because they're
You will know that
genocidal
happened,
assholes.
right? Where
Yep.
Kamala Harris
Yep.
was campaigning with Meghan McCain.
Yep.
You're ignoring all of that context. What evidence
No, I'm
do you
not.
have
Excuse
that
me. Excuse me.
Kamala
No, I'm
Harris
not.
would have had a different
Do you remember the part when I called them genocidal maniacs? You're telling me I'm ignoring shit I didn't
Right.
ignore. I recognize,
seemingly
as you
admitting
just
that Kamala
recognized,
Harris would have been
that
the same
does
as Donald
not
Trump in the Middle
mean
East, because they're all genocidal maniacs.
that does not.
And
Yes,
I
and you
guess
picked the
I
least
certainly will
terrible
admit, I was
genocidal
fooled by Donald
maniac.
Trump's attempt to. I
Hey,
was certainly
James.
fooled by Donald Trump's stated position that he did not want to engage in regime
I
change
wasn't fooled
wars
by
in the
it.
Middle East. But do you honestly believe that Kamala Harris would have taken meaningful steps to stop the genocide in Gaza?
This is except
Let me
what
ask
you just
this. Do
described.
believe that she would have
Excuse
taken
me.
steps to stop the genocide in Gaza?
I love it. You're not engaging in good faith. I'm going to keep repeating questions, and as you start to respond to them, I'm not
You're not
actually. I'm
answering
just going to
any of
repeat
my
it.
questions.
James, I
Do
literally
you
was
believe
about
that
to, and
Kamala
you
Harris
talked
would have
over
taken
me
steps to stop
again.
the genocide in Gaza?
James, I never said she would have done anything meaningful to stop the genocide in Gaza. When did I once?
Well, so her policy on Gaza would have been exactly the same as Donald Trump's policy
Nope.
on Gaza.
Incorrect.
What would she have done different then?
Is it possible, James, for two people to not meaningfully stop a genocide in Gaza using different policies?
What would she have done different? Tell me.
James, first you're going to answer my question. Is it possible for two people to neither of which
Yes, it's
meaningfully
possible that
stop?
things happen that haven't
Is
happened.
it possible
Yes,
for
I
two
answered your
people?
question. Now answer mine.
What was your answer?
I already answered your question. Yes. Now answer mine.
And what was yours?
What would she have done different? Than what
In
Donald
Gaza
Trump has done?
specifically? Because we're talking about the Middle East.
Yes.
And in Iran, which
We're
is what it
talking about
originally
Gaza.
came to,
I'm asking
in
what-
Iran,
no,
it would have been
no,
nothing.
No,
Excuse
my
me.
question was about
Excuse me.
Gaza.
You
What
can
would she
sit
have
there
done
and go,
differently in
no,
Gaza?
no, all you like. She would
No,
not
you're
have
not listening to
empowered.
my
She
question.
would
What
not have
would she have
empowered.
done
Jesus
different?
fucking Christ, shut the fuck up. I'm talking. And I'm trying to answer your question. Her line would not have been as far as Donald Trump. The genocide would have continued. Israel would have succeeded. The deal that Donald Trump obstructed and then later used, that ultimately is the same as the Biden deal, would have happened earlier. The genocide would have continued. It wouldn't have been as bad. And then continuing on, other things like the Lebanese genocide would have hopefully ended under a ceasefire deal, the same deal that would have gotten Gaza. We're right now committing genocide in Lebanon. Nobody's talking about it for some fucking reason. And we're doing it. We're supporting it. We're paying for it with our tax dollars. And we wouldn't have ended up in this war with Iran because they would have sought to restore an Iran peace deal like we had under Obama, as has been more advantageous for both countries as in the past. So that is the answer to your question. Literally, it would have still been terrible, but better. And some of us weren't fooled by his no regime change wars rhetoric.
genocide are.
That beep was you being unmuted because you can't help yourself. So all that you talking while I was talking while you were muted, nobody heard.
I don't know what degrees between genocide and genocide are. So I don't know how a genocide under Trump and a genocide under Biden. I think, you're just drawing distinctions that don't matter in the long run.
Why did Israel prefer Trump to Kamala Harris then? Because they drew the distinction.
Well, I'd point to probably there are differences. I mean, the West Bank is there's certainly evidence that in the West Bank.
I'm sorry, what did you say? There are what?
There's evidence that in the West Bank, the settler violence has dramatically increased under Trump.
Yeah. So Israel preferred Trump on Gaza to Kamala Harris for what reasons? You said it a minute ago. It was the word differences.
He did several things for them. He tore up the GCPOA. He moved the capital. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem. He was certainly not, very anti-Israel in his first term. I think that they had a good reason to believe.
By the way, when was Kamala Harris going to
genocide unrestrained under either one?
When was Kamala Harris going to put? And when was Kamala Harris planning to put her son-in-law in charge of like residential development and hotel development and get people in? Jovan, you can share out loud that you're bored. He's putting it in our chat right now that this call has bored him.
Oh yeah, I've been hella bored. I'm playing Minecraft. I've been hella bored of this call.
Well, James thought that it was much more pleasant with you.
I barely talked to him. We mostly talked to Ari.
Yeah, James, like you're sitting here and acting like there's no difference when literally the differences are stark. Donald Trump literally posting videos of the way that after the genocide, they were going to turn it into beachfront property. I'm sure it was supposed to be beachfront with like a lot of native Palestinians working the front desk. And
Donald Trump's terrible on the subject. Absolutely.
Right. So Donald Trump was trying to figure out a way that he and his family would be able to make billions of dollars off of Gaza. And Kamala Harris has no such motivation to do the same thing. She was a puppet for Israel. There was a limit. Kamala Harris, the number one appeal of Kamala Harris is bullyable by the American population. There is a point at which she would have done things to try and maintain favorability amongst her party. Donald Trump does no such shit. Donald Trump purposefully, I can't remember what they call it. It's Bannon's whole thing, purposefully creates a shit ton of chaos so that you don't even have time to assess the job he's doing. That's why he's trying to wrap this shit up in Iran so we can move to Cuba, so we can all get past the fact that the man has fucked children, which we also told you all before the election. Now you're all figuring it out, and you voted for him anyway. So, James, yeah, there would have been meaningful difference in the Middle East, even as a genocide would have still occurred to a degree and to a point that was absolutely unacceptable. And she would be a war criminal who I would hope eventually goes to prison, the way I hope Biden and Obama and Trump and George W. Bush end up in prison, though I know they won't. Flooding the zone.
I'll just make one last point, and I think it is worth ending the call. But I do want to ask one other question. Take away the personalities, right? You have one candidate who's saying, at least publicly, do not want any more regime change wars. We've had enough wars in the Middle East. And another candidate who's campaigning with Meghan McCain, right? So do you understand? I mean, clearly Donald Trump was lying. I think it's clear to everyone at this point that Donald Trump was lying, or something dramatically has happened since what he said on the campaign and what he's doing now. But during the campaign, we had one candidate saying no more regime change wars, and another one campaigning with Meghan McCain.
And what did she say about regime change wars?
I don't think there was any evidence during the campaign that Kamala Harris would have been meaningfully different on Middle East policy.
I just don't know how so many of us like knew that Donald Trump was going to start a war, except for the people that voted for him. I don't know how the rest of us figured it out.
And I love the guilt by association Meghan McCain thing. First of all, if you're going to go with a guilt by association, go with Liz Cheney. Meghan McCain was the best you could do. That's fucking insane. Liz Cheney is way worse on war. And essentially the point you're making is, and she campaigned with a war hawk, as though, Donald Trump, luckily Donald Trump didn't, campaign with Mike Waltz, or, Marco Rubio, or Lindsey Graham, or Keith Kellogg, or Stephen Miller. Luckily he didn't campaign.
Or Tulsi Gabbard.
Great, you're cherry picking, bud. Like you're literally cherry picking. You're going like she went with
Tulsi
Liz
Gabbard's, I think, one
Cheney,
of the few people
and
in
I'm
this
not
story who's
aware of a
actually been pretty
single
good on
war
the numbers.
hawk that Donald Trump was campaigning with. Goodness sakes.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard, I think is one of the few people that does have some credibility.
Name one.
It is disappointing how he has behaved recently, but
name one pacifist he campaigned with.
You
can't because he didn't.
Was pretty stated anti-war. I don't know. It's a choice between two shit people. I will acknowledge that.
But you said your point was that she was going out with Meghan McCain, and that's like the broadcast of how she felt. Okay, fine, Liz Cheney. And the calculus there was clear. She was trying to have a conservative voice to say, conservatives, you can come vote here. And if you'd watched the goddamn show, you would know I've always said that was dumb to do. She tried to appeal to moderates, as people often do. It does not work. Sometimes it kind of works in the midterms, but when it comes to an actual election where you're looking at a change of guard, trying to appeal to the middle doesn't work. You actually do have to appeal to progressives. That's what Joe Biden did. That's actually why Joe Biden won the election, because after kind of defeating Bernie in a scummy way, he defeated Bernie. He embraced Bernie, and they had at least something that kind of looked like a primary. The second time around was bullshit. But the logic that you are using, that she is guilty by the association of one woman she's with, when we're supposed to believe that Donald Trump's not going to go to war with Iran, despite the fact that every time a child gets blown up by a tomahawk, everybody else on the stage with him gets an erection, and he would too, were he just capable now. It's very fallacious thinking.
Well, it's not just on the campaign with Liz Cheney. The DNC's exclusion of any Palestinian voices, the Democratic Party's
that was a mistake.
Any Palestinian voices from the TSC, that was
and they were going to continue the genocide.
It seems the Democratic Party has learned nothing from that.
And they were going to continue the genocide. And the genocide would have probably been at least as bad as it was under Joe Biden, as opposed to worse, which it was under Trump. And the direction it took, where instead of getting the deal we were going to get when Biden was in office, but Donald Trump conspired with Netanyahu to shut down the talks because he wanted the Gaza win, just like he did with the immigration bill. Because to him, more genocide and death, all he cares about is what goes on his tally mark, because he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize, of course. That's what that fucking shit was. James, I'll give you... Go ahead, James. You get the last point.
In Gaza.
I came in and Jovan was excited for the remaining calls. Make your last points and then we're moving on.
And that deal has not stopped the genocide in Gaza. The only thing that can stop the genocide in Gaza is stop giving them weapons and stop giving them money. And there's no leadership on the Democratic side or on the Republican side that's willing to do that. And it's shameful of our country.
I agree, James. And still the calculus is clear. One of those parties is going to make elections less relevant and make it harder to actually get somebody in office who potentially could actually make that change. We are further away from that solution because Donald Trump is president. Had Kamala Harris been in, we wouldn't have gotten to that solution, but we would have been closer to the possibility of it. You have a great night, James.
Bye.
That didn't sound like he gave James the last word.
I gave him his last word. Who do you want?
God, we've been talking so much about Iran. I'll do one. Don't ask me how to pronounce the name.
All right, the caller from New Mexico. First thing first, how do we pronounce your name?
Wesley.
Wesley. I think there was just a a typo.
Luthien doesn't know how to type.
Luthien, it's I think Wesley.
Sorry, I love you,
if you don't mind changing that.
Yeah.
Great.
That is
from
it.
You're from New Mexico. You're MAGA. How old are you?
18.
18, and you're probably telling the truth. Would you like the live chat to refer to you as a he, a she, a they, or something else?
He.
Excellent. All right. What questions did you have from Jovan?
You told the screener that Iran broke the deal with the U.S., but the U.S. pulled out of the deal. So how did they break the deal?
Iran
told the EU they had more weapons they're making than they have than the other states, which is not good because they broke the deal with them.
Now I feel bullied. What deal are you talking? Are you talking about the Iran nuclear deal?
The Iran nuclear deal.
Iran was complied with that deal every year up until Trump pulled out of the deal. They didn't start enriching uranium up above 20% until months after Trump pulled out of the Iranian nuclear deal. So they couldn't
also
have broken
announced
the
they
deal.
were going to. In 2019, they literally said, since we've pulled out of the deal, we're going to start reducing compliance.
So no, they didn't pull out of the deal.
They pulled out the deal by doing 60 more percent than
they didn't do 60% until months after Trump pulled out of the Iranian nuclear deal. It was after the deal was ended by Donald Trump.
Come with me and you'll be... There's just silence. I'm waiting for Wesley. Are you going to respond to Jovan there?
Well, I'm fine, Wesley, if it's just something you didn't know. If you just didn't know the timeline of the deal. Now you do.
Well, it says that they did the deal in 2015 will be terminated 10 years after the adoption day.
And the adoption date was when?
In 2025.
No. When was the when did the Iranian nuclear deal get signed?
It was the first number you said.
October 18th, 2015.
Yes.
Which is the adoption date.
Mm-hmm.
The
and then Trump pulled out of the deal.
16.
Trump withdrew from the deal in 2018. He withdrew from the deal. Iran then stayed compliant up until 2019, where they said, well, now we're going to not be compliant because they pulled out of the deal and we have no reason to.
They were giving Donald basically time to jump back in the deal.
Yeah, and it wasn't until 2021 that they went from 20% to 60%.
Okay.
So now you have the updated information.
But in 2023, they put a transition day on it.
No, they didn't.
I feel like he's reading some kind of outline because a lot of the words he's using don't have significant meaning. In 2023, they put a transition date on it. Were they going male to female or female to male?
It was supposed to be on transition day 8 years after the adoption date.
Where are you getting this information from?
What does this even mean? Who in 2023 said there was a transition date?
Claude?
The EU.
Perplexity?
The EU on nuclear-related sanctions.
The EU on nuclear-related sanctions?
There are times where people will say something like they've offered you a lot of information that you're able to engage in. And you're like, I think I've just read the title of a chapter heading, maybe?
Are you talking about because there were other deals in place, but they weren't stopping Iran from enriching. Like I'm being like genuine here. Trying to figure out what specifically you're talking about.
I just looked up 2023 EU transition date, and it has to do with not even Iran. They were transitioning the EU 2023 transition thing I'm looking at is about energy, like clean energy. So I legit have no idea what you're talking about.
We are genuinely, we're confused and we're trying to figure it out here. Wesley, if you could help us out here.
Yeah,
okay.
That was the implication.
EU in 2023 sets a transition date. What has to be transitioned in 2023?
Well, the nuclear weapons that has to be in the implementation when they did the deal.
No, okay.
After
You
8
are
years.
referring to a transition date not set in 2023, one set by the original deal in 2015 for 2023. By the time 2023 came around, that was over because the deal was already destroyed by Donald Trump.
Oh, he's talking about the original end of, like, had Trump not pulled out when the original deal would have ended.
Basically, if the deal had gone through in 2023, the sanctions on Iran would have ended. And then there's other shit that would have happened with the UN and shit like that.
But the war would have started by that time when
Why?
we
It literally
pulled out the deal.
No. You are fully not understanding at all. If by 2023 they had remained compliant, first of all, there would have been an extension. But it basically says, hey, you remain compliant around 2023. We're going to start negotiating the next set of terms. But if you hold to your compliance until 2023, we'll take our sanctions away. That's the transition date in 2023.
Yeah, Wesley, I think you're just mixing up two different things.
They weren't making a deal in 2015 knowing like, okay, when this deal is up in 8 to 10 years, we'll do the war then. They're basically saying you're going to have that much time to prove that you in good faith want to be compliant. And we're going to give you this amount of time. If you do, the sanctions we put on there will take away. We'll still monitor, but we'll not monitor as heavily. And we'll talk about the next phase.
But Wesley, so now that you know, and now that you realize, like, oh, I was just reading this a little wrong. I would be more interested in talking about why you're MAGA specifically.
Since my grandpa was Vietnam War, he was pro-war at that time, and then I got transferred to Republican because I mainly am Republican now after what Democrats have done nowadays and how liberals are acting nowadays.
Can you be a bit more specific? It's tough to talk about that when you're being vague. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can you be a little more specific on that?
Like, list 3 things Democrats have done that you disagree with.
They get Pride Month and veterans get one day, which is not fair for them.
We have multiple months to honor veterans. You know that, right? I think November is Veterans Appreciation Month.
Gay people just have better parties. And by the way, Democrats and gay aren't the same thing. But yes,
I would argue.
And then
I would just say the LGBTQ has better marketing.
And then they're bringing it into schools. They're just bringing these studies into schools, which is not good for kids.
Bringing studies into school.
Well, just because, Wesley, I think I want to break through here because I genuinely think that we have the ability to break through on something here that we don't get to see happen too often on the channel. Wesley, do you recognize that there are multiple Veterans Months in the country, like in the United States?
November.
May is Military Appreciation Month, and November is National Veterans and Military Families Month. So your issue isn't with pride; it's with the fact that
brand new because there was Veterans Day and the Memorial Day. That's it.
Both of those things have existed for decades. National Military Appreciation Month has been on the books since 1999, specifically. And then if we're talking about The other one, which is National Veterans and Military Families Month, that one has been on the books
96.
since 96.
Signed into law by Bill Clinton, a Democrat, both of them.
30 years. Again, I just think the LGBTQ's got better marketing.
And cupcakes.
True.
Y'all can have as big a party as you want for the veterans. Nobody's stopping you.
Multiple. I mean, we have multiple. I mean, every town I know has a Flag Day parade, which they use to honor veterans. So it's not even like pride parades are the only parades that happen.
Yeah, and as far as the month of June goes, it's the month of June. Generally, the party is one weekend.
Maybe the way you do it. Now, if you want to talk about like stuff in schools, sure, but like personally, what's wrong with LGBTQ stuff existing in schools? LGBTQ people exist.
You said
so
specifically
therefore their
studies.
stuff should exist in schools.
You said they're bringing studies into schools, and I don't know where studies are supposed to go if not schools.
Mm.
The thing is, it's teaching children to be. The teachers are teaching children to be transgender.
How?
And it's some schools in New Mexico is doing that.
How? How?
Schools in Mexico. Wait. I thought we were talking about the Democrats. Oh, New Mexico. I was like, I thought we were talking about Democrats. Or we were talking about Mexico.
So Wesley, give us an example of how they're doing it.
Before we even get there, how can, like, you understand you can't teach someone to be trans, right? Like, that's not how that works.
That's why I asked how. How are they teaching them to be trans?
Oh, okay.
The teachers are putting their beliefs, which you can't really push your own belief on the children. The teachers are only supposed to be there to teach that specific subject they're teaching in that school.
What is the belief that they're pushing?
The LGBTQ thing.
That's not a belief. Let me ask you a question, Wesley. Do gay people exist?
Yes.
Do trans people exist?
Yes, but
then it's not a belief system.
These are just other people.
Wait. It's not a belief system. These are just groups of people that exist. So there's no belief system here. It's just these people exist, right? Like, I think Christianity, like the history of Christianity, should be taught in school because it's a major factor in the world. Just like I think the history of Islam and Judaism and Buddhism and the Norse mythology should be taught in schools because they play major roles in world history. That doesn't mean that doing that is now pushing a belief of Christianity or any of those other things onto children at schools. It's just these are things that exist in the world, so we should teach children about the things that exist in the world.
Wesley, are you gay?
No.
Are you trans?
No.
So if I had found you 10 years ago and told you that some people are gay and some people are trans, is there a chance you'd now be gay or trans?
No.
So telling a child about these people doesn't make them gay or trans. You're at no risk. You just said that, right, Wesley? If 10 years ago I'd found 8-year-old you and told you gay people exist and here's what they're like, trans people exist, here's what they're like, treat them with respect. Don't be shitty to them. Everybody's different. Everybody has different lives and identities and that's how they are. So don't be a piece of shit. Is there any chance that would have turned you gay or trans?
Could give me a chance, but I'm a full-blooded Christian.
Sure,
I
Wesley,
would never do that.
Wesley, that wasn't your question. Would teaching you that gay and trans people exist have turned you gay or trans?
It could.
So you think there's a chance you would have been gay or trans if just 10 years ago someone told you about those things?
Yes.
You might. So you're saying to me right now, Wesley, had you just been told differently, right now you might think penises were hot, or you might think you look better dressed up like a lady. had someone just told you those people existed 10 years ago. That's the difference. That's how close to gay and trans you are currently right now. That had somebody just told you about their existence 10 years ago, they might have tipped you over.
But the thing is, they didn't teach me that in school 10 years ago.
But you are
Why do I
acknowledging
want
that
it
that's
now?
how close you are. That's how close you are. That's the only difference it would have taken, and you would have been like, dicks are nummy and I should wear a dress.
Dicks are nummy is crazy.
Wesley, I don't think you actually, I think you're trying to be like, well, I have to say that to maintain this argument. But the fact of the matter is we have data on this. We know that gay and trans people exist, whether or not you acknowledge them. And in fact, what education doesn't teach people they should be gay, doesn't teach people they should be trans. However, if a person finds out they are gay or trans, it may give them resources to be able to identify what's going on with them, be able to explore it in more healthy ways. And the number one benefit is it arms children. This is sex ed in general, including gay and trans education. It arms children with language and recognition of abuse to be able to identify if they're being abused and tell somebody if they are being abused. And in fact, if you take that away from children, abuse going untreated, unfound out about, skyrockets. And now the adult versions of those children have to deal with the trauma, because it turns out not telling children about gay people, not telling children, giving children sex ed, not telling children about trans people, that's how you support pedophiles, by hiding that education from those people.
Can I ask you a personal question, Wesley?
Yes.
Have you ever felt wrong when someone called you a man?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. I'm just checking.
Wesley, every Thursday on the line, there's a show called the Transatlantic Call-In Show. And just in case you need to know this information one day, say for a friend, one of those like, I have a friend who situations, trans people, like people who think they might be trans or are realizing they're trans, can call in there for support and sort of like guidance on like what to do next and sort of things. Not that you'll need to know that, but I just thought it'd be worth telling you about that. It's every Thursday, 2:00 Central. Wesley, you're also talking to the person who is, as an anecdote, a demonstration of what the data shows. I was self-loathing and suicidal because I, like you, was a full-blooded Christian who would never let those gay thoughts go that far. And then I finally came out in my late 20s because I suppressed it so hard that even after leaving religion, some part of me inside thought it would not be okay to admit to be queer. And it turns out some dudes are hot and they can totally get it.
Thanks, but I'm not interested.
I'm not interested in men. Thing is, I'm just interested in women.
Probably, maybe.
Well, unless somebody had told you not to be when you were a kid,
10 years
you
ago.
would have been interested in men.
Yeah. Not even not to be, just that gay people exist and are attracted to men. If you were aware that that was an option, you might have chosen that instead of women, right?
I didn't like men in the first place.
Wesley, can a person choose to be gay?
They can if they
Can
want
you
to.
choose
but
to be gay? If you
the
wanted
thing
to,
is-
right? Could you right now just decide to think that men are hot and you want to fuck them instead of women?
I could decide, but I'm not going to switch it to men. I do not want to be around
Why?
a lot of men.
So do you find men unattractive? Does it repulse you to think of having sex with men, or you just don't want to think about having sex with men because you don't want to think about whether you're attracted to them?
Well, I never trusted my dad in the first place after what he did to me. So I'm not going. That's why I don't like men.
Okay,
Because
Wesley, completely
go
not the
around it.
question at all. And that's more of a thing for you and your therapist. The question is about as far as attraction to men. Are you not attracted to men because you genuinely aren't, like you find them repulsive, or you don't let yourself think about it and you only let yourself think about women?
I'm generally am not attracted to men.
Because
When
you
you
find
watch-
the idea of
when
sex with
you-
men repulsive.
Think about it.
When you watch porn, do you watch like Cinemax porn where they don't show the penis, or do you watch porn where do you prefer the porn where the penis is shown?
First of all, I never watched porn in my life
Mm.
because
Oh,
That-
damn! Rest in peace, bro.
to me, I believe that's a sin.
Yeah. Yeah.
God
I
never said
remember
nothing about
lying
watching.
about that too.
God ain't never
Wesley-
said nothing about watching.
Hey, Wesley, just so you know, nobody who's watching right now knows who you are unless you've told people to tune in. You can go ahead and let that weight off of your shoulders. I'm not going to say you have to admit you compulsively watch it all the time, but you and I both know you've taken a look. You've gone and you've seen it and you've sought it out, and maybe you felt bad after, but you can just go ahead and admit the truth that you've looked for it
To be honest,
before.
I never watched it.
Okay, Wesley.
I
My
never
sweet
watched
baby bisexual who
at
has
all.
some real fucking like mid-20s stuff too. And legitimately, I hope the best for you. And I hope that things don't get too bad between now and when you have some revelations about yourself. Because genuinely, I think that you're going to need a good support system. And I'm guessing right now you live with your Christian family. And so I think that as you get older and you develop some and you have some independence forming, I think that you will hopefully develop some other ideas. In the meantime, I'm very sad that you have clearly some abuse in your history. I do too. And that sucks. And it sucks when it comes from people that you're supposed to be able to trust and love. It, however, does not excuse you for being terrible to other people. Every monster is a victim first. And you don't get to. So when you're talking about this shit and you're talking about ideology and what they're spreading and everything, you need to actually go get yourself good and educated on these things. Because if you're wrong, and I'm here to tell you that you are hurting people because of dogma. Are you in therapy, bud?
No, I'm not.
You should look into it. Are you against therapy?
We looked into it, it doesn't work at all.
How do you know that?
Because I went to therapy way when I was a kid, and I'm not doing that no more.
Why?
It doesn't help.
How do you
And I
know
don't
if you've only
need it
wait. If I only try one medication for a heart condition, does that mean all medications don't work?
No,
So if you
do
only tried
not
one therapy
care.
or even a couple of therapies, but there are other versions of it, and now you're an adult, how do you know it wouldn't help and how do you know it wouldn't work?
Because I've been to a lot more therapies than you think I went to.
Wesley, and so there's multiple possibilities. One, either you did go to multiple therapies and you didn't like the work that you were going to have to do, so you decided not to do it, and it actually would have worked if you would have engaged them. Or two, you genuinely had experiences with bad therapists. My first therapist post-adulthood, when I left religion, I got this person who was religious, and they had me convincing I had like a multiple personality disorder because they didn't like that I was atheist and that I grew up in Mormonism and then became Christian. The dude was dogmatic as shit. He was a garbage person. And guess what? Later therapists were good. And some later therapists were bad in just that they were boring and not they didn't affect me the way I need to be affected. Has every teacher that Wesley, how many teachers do you think you've had in your life at school?
Maybe 20.
How many of them were good at teaching you in the way that you are receptive to learning?
Maybe about 5.
Okay. How many therapists have you had?
20.
You've had 20 therapists?
Yep.
Wesley, I don't believe you. I think you're lying now to try and win an argument. But let's say you already know with teachers, as teachers go, and you said it was as you were a child. You're 18 now, so I'm meant to believe that at some point between the ages of 8 and 13, you tried out 20 therapists? Come on, man. But anyway, Wesley, you've already acknowledged 15 of your 20 teachers did not teach in a way that were good enough to reach you. And you may be at 20 therapists who aren't good to reach you. And that doesn't mean that therapy doesn't work.
Also, for a lot of therapy, Wesley, you only get out of therapy what you put into it. So if you already baked this idea into your head that therapy was bad after like a couple of different therapists, you're not going to be able to get anything relevant out of it because you're going to go into it with the mindset that it doesn't work. You know?
Yeah, it's a very good point.
The last one already taught me good enough, but the other ones didn't.
Well, therapy is a little different than like medical treatment. Like therapy isn't something that you can like win or like complete, right? Therapy is a process, and typically, especially if we're working through traumas in our past, therapy is you can be given coping mechanisms, and you can say, okay, well, this therapist gave me some good coping mechanisms that I'm going to take with me for life. But therapy is not just like a one and done thing, right? Like mental health is work. Like it's work, and it's hard work. And so a lot of people when they're younger struggle with it because of those aspects, but that doesn't mean that we should give up on our mental health. And I think using things like some people do, like religion, some people use addictive substances, some people use food, some people use shopping. Like we like to fill these gaps in our mental health with vices to try to cope with trauma, some traumas we don't even know we have, some traumas we do know we have. And oftentimes we find that those are poor methods of coping. So whether you take therapy or not, again, whether you go through the process is up to you. But as somebody who's been consistently in therapy for years, and as somebody who took a break from therapy and found my mental health start to slip, I really would recommend speaking to somebody again. And it might be that talk therapy alone isn't enough for you, right? And that's okay too. Maybe it's just that talk therapy on its own, you need more than that. And that's fine. And that's something that you can talk to somebody about and try to figure out, hey, what are the other steps? What else can I do? Because when I've tried simply talk therapy, it hasn't worked for me.
All right. I'm done.
All right. Thanks, Wesley. We hope you get some help, bud. Regardless of like whether or not you believe with us or whatever, you need to go do something healthy to, whether you're queer or not, even, you need to go do something healthy to handle the abuse that it sounds like you were facing. Best of luck to you, Wesley.
I already got that done, so I'm done.
All right. Best of luck to you. Which one do you like next?
Am I high or is there another Wesley?
And another James. Dude.
We've talked to that James before multiple times.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 is the only one that seems interesting to me. Like the others we're just gonna be retreading that call we had like right before Wesley's call.
I'll have fun though.
Yeah, you like arguing those more than I do. So maybe after this next one, you can take those two, and I'll call that my night.
I'll bet you find parts you like that you want to jump in on.
Every time, and this is no knock on James.
Oh, I gotta tell you, line 38 doesn't appeal to me as much. Look at the political affiliation.
No, but again, we've talked to him before, and every conversations we've had with him, I've gotten bored because it's the same. They all the same. Not saying I won't talk to him now. I'm just saying. Yeah. But line 40 is the one that interests me the most.
Wesley in Colorado, my favorite state. I honestly think so. Wesley in Colorado, you are on the line with Jovan and Jimmy. How old are you, Wesley?
Howdy. I'm 22.
Awesome. Wesley, would you like our live chat to refer to you as a he, a she, a they, or something else?
I'm very obviously a he.
Excellent. We will go with a he. It's not ever as obvious as you think it is. All right, Wesley, what point would you like to make?
All right. So again, I thought I was tripping for a second because I was like, another Wesley? And yeah. So anyways, basically what he was saying, a lot of what the previous Wesley was saying was correct. He just couldn't articulate it correctly.
No, I
Then
disagree
articulate
with
it
that.
correctly.
All right. So my point is, why is being anti-trans anti-science?
Because trans identities, as well as the science, both neurologically, like neuroscience, and social sciences, agree with the assertion that trans women would be women and trans men would be men. So to disagree with that would be to go against neuroscience. It would be to go against advanced biology. It would be to go against psychology, and it would be to go against sociology, making it an anti-science position.
Okay, so with that, how would it be all of those things if it's very clearly black and white? Now, I want to make something.
I mean, the only way you can say it's clearly black and white is if you've never done the research on biology, neuroscience, sociology, psychology.
Yeah.
No.
Wesley, he gave you 4 categories, and you said, how would it be those things if it's very clearly black and white?
So
All 4 of those
that,
categories, hang on, Wesley. All 4 of the categories he just gave you agree that it is not clearly black and white. So, Wesley, much like things that that humans look out and think very simply is very obviously true, like the sun rises and it lowers. Well, turns out that isn't true, because our ability to assess as an individual, common sense does not dictate those things. So the simple response to your question is, it isn't clearly black and white.
But it is, in the sense, and one thing I want to make clear, I am not anti-trans. I believe if you are a person over the age of 18, and if you were born a man and you want to identify as a woman, that's your own business. Go have fun, go do that. I just think
that's not the trans
kept away from
position.
children. So
then you are
the thing
anti-trans.
is that black and white, it is very clearly, if you are born with a penis and testicles, you are a man. If you are born with a vagina.
Okay, so let's just clarify right now. If I have hold on, Wesley, you made a position. I want to be able to analyze the position you just made. If I have somebody who is born male but has penile agenesis, so they have no penis, what are they if they're not a man?
Yes. It's called the biological anomaly. It is not rare.
So
it doesn't matter if it's rare. It doesn't matter if it's rare. What are they? You said in order to be a man, you must have a penis.
How often does that happen?
Wesley,
the frequency doesn't matter.
Wesley, hey Wesley, real quick, Wesley. For the record, you are the first person to declare that frequency doesn't matter, because if you said it is clearly black and white, frequency doesn't matter if that's true. If it is either 0 or 1, any deviation from 0, stop, Wesley. When I am not talking, that's when you get to talk. You have said it's clearly black and white. If we want to put it, Wesley, stop. If we want to put it in binary terms, that would be the same as saying it's only 0 or 1. Okay? So therefore, if it is black and white or 0 or 1, a single deviation amongst trillions, the first time there is a 2, it's no longer binary. The first time there is a gray, it's no longer binary. So if you want to concede it's not black and white, you can, or you can actually engage the questions Jovan is asking you, because they do go somewhere.
Okay, so I just want to point out something real quick. I make a very small point and you guys instantly jump and attack me. And you can sit there and then...
I'm sorry, how were you attacked?
Yeah.
Wesley, how were you attacked?
Right?
So that you just declared you were attacked?
No. The thing is, you're not letting me get a point across. You're just interrupting.
I'm sorry, Wesley. Okay, I'm going to mute you now, and I'm going to ask you very close. You just made the claim you were attacked. You made a point, and you refused to engage the question that was actually asked of you. So you started engaging in bad faith. At a certain point, if you do it a number of times, so do I, and I'll enjoy that call, but Jovan and half of the audience won't. The other half will love it. So Wesley, let's stick to good faith. You wouldn't actually answer the question. You decided to go off about frequency. You eliminated the possibility that frequency was irrelevant. You did by saying it's black and white. A single gray or a single 2 makes it not binary, makes it not black and white. So you eliminated the frequency possibility. So you can either engage in good faith and answer his questions, or you can whine. But I want to know, my next question to you when I take you off of mute is, you claim to have been attacked. I think that is a sign that you often engage in debates like this, and you take any pushback and not being able to run the gauntlet the way you want to, and according to your rules and what facts you accept. I think you have a persecution complex, and you take that as the same as an attack. So if I'm incorrect in that assessment, please tell me when you were attacked. I've attacked people on the show today. I don't know when you were. So go ahead and lay that out for me.
Am I unmuted?
That's what the beep means.
Okay. So when maybe attack wasn't the correct wording.
Okay.
But in this term, I made a very small point and you guys interrupted me halfway through I was done talking.
Was your point responding to the actual question asked of you?
Great. And here you are talking over me again.
Yeah, I am, Wesley. Was the yep,
fault.
Wesley. Well, no, Wesley. You don't determine what's professional. In fact, we have to interrupt people because okay, I gotta mute you again. I made mute you again. Wesley, there is no equality in this. If you engage in good faith, you'll get to make all of your points. The reason you were interrupted, as is happening now, is you decided to go off and talk about something and not engage the question asked of you. So I'm going to let us reset, and I'm going to give you back to Jovan. And Jovan's probably going to ask you the same question again. He might have new questions. But if instead of answering his question, you just refuse to engage with it and not even see where it goes, because you would get that opportunity when it is your turn, when you're done with the line of questioning, to explain that you think frequency doesn't matter or whatever else. But if you simply to refuse to engage in the exercise, my boy, it is 17 past midnight. It's 17 past 1 a.m. Neither Jovan and I are going to waste our time here, but we will have good faith conversations, or I will resort to roasting. And sometimes I talk about the size of people's wieners, and I don't think any of us want that. So let's try and reset. I'm going to give you back to Jovan, and we will see if you can engage in good faith with Jovan and his questions. Here we go, Wesley.
I didn't know if you... Jovan. Yeah, my question was, if a penis is required to be a man, what would you call somebody who is born with penile agenesis who does not have a penis? What would they be?
Does the person have balls?
No, they have penile agenesis. They have a lack of male genitalia.
Okay, so no male genitalia whatsoever.
Correct.
Okay. And female genitalia? Yes
nope.
or no? All right.
I believe they usually call it ambiguous genitalia.
Because what would you call this person if they weren't born with any sort of gender?
I would call them male because in biology, we don't penises and vaginas are not sex determinant traits. Whether you have a penis or a vagina does not determine what your sex is. No biologist would claim that penises and vaginas are sex determinant traits. So I would call them a male because I engage in what scientists engage in, which is cluster categorization. You are engaging in specifically in exclusionary categories, an exclusionary categorization, which is not the way biology or science categorizes things. So because you're engaging in this, you would have to
be extreme. You're asking about something that happens less than 1%.
I'm glad we're giving up on interrupting. I'm glad we're giving up on saying that our value is not being interrupted, Wesley.
Frequency. I'm gonna answer you, Wesley. I'm gonna answer you. Frequency does not matter in scientific categorization. Anything that breaks the rule breaks the category, and thus the category must be changed. If a square does not have 4 sides with 4 right angles, and 2 pairs of perpendicular lines, it cannot be a square. Even if this only happens one time, you do not have a square. So if you're saying that a penis is a requirement to be a man, then it's required. So any male born without a penis, what are they?
If they don't have male genitalia or female genitalia, are they really a gender? You're arguing about something that probably doesn't ever
I like
happen.
that he term
Bring up a
swapped.
case
Penile agenesis absolutely
Just
happens.
source of when this happens. Okay,
Yeah,
so do they
sure.
still
I will
have,
bring up a source. Look up penile agenesis. It may be rare, but it affects one. It affects a penile agenesis. Penile agenesis. I don't know why you would ask me a question and then not let me answer you. Penile agenesis
I'm telling you,
is a condition that affects males. Penile agenesis is a condition that affects males in which they are born without a penis. Agenesis of the penis. There is it's a case study. It's called penile agenesis, a report of 6 cases. So here's a case study of it. I'll give you the DOI number for the case study if you want. But all you're going to look at is penile agenesis. Now, in these cases of penile agenesis, they took 2 of the patients and they gave them female sex reassignment because this was our cases from a while ago. I don't agree with that decision of the doctors. However, penile agenesis affects males. It affects 1 in 10 million births, which, if I'm remembering correctly, we have 9 million people on the planet, right? Or 9 billion people on the planet, right, Jimmy? 8.3 billion. So let's say 8 billion just to be safe. How many times does 10 million go into 8 billion?
10. You said tens of millions into 8 billion, right?
Yep. That's it goes into 8 billion 800 times, which means there are 800 people on the planet who have this. So 800 people on the planet who you don't think are men. So I'm asking you what they would be, and you refuse to answer that question.
I told you. I honestly don't know what they would be. Are there chromosomes XY or XX?
So it's not black and white.
But it is.
Yeah.
Black.
So now what you're telling me is it's not. Hold on. Now what you're telling me.
No.
Okay, so here we go. Wait. Okay.
Just completely move the goalpost.
No. I'm fine with the goalpost moving. So now it's XY chromosomes are what make you male. Okay. Beautiful. XY chromosomes are what make you male. Except, this is going to be the crazy part. Here's a case study of pregnancy and delivery in a patient who's pure 46 XY karyotype because of our summary of, it's called Summary of Actual Knowledge about XY women. So here is a woman who has pure 46 XY karyotyping who was able to become pregnant and give birth. What is she? Since she is not a woman, she has XY chromosomes, so she's a man.
And it's black and white.
Okay. Again, biological anomaly.
Again, you don't understand how biology works.
Am I not a human? Am I still a human?
Wesley, nobody is making this is okay. So I have to just explain necessary conditions.
First of all, I don't know if you're human or a Grok bot. Let's be so clear. If you're going to ask if you're human, you argue like Grok is drunk. So I don't know.
No, I'm going to have to go through necessary conditions with you, Wesley, because you don't know what they are. When you say a category is exclusionary, right?
You can't even tell me what a man and a woman is.
Oh, wait.
Wesley,
Hang on. Before you go on, Jovan.
This is embarrassing for you. This is truly embarrassing for you. This is becoming embarrassing.
Pause. Okay, I'm muting you, Wesley. You laughed when Jovan said you don't know what necessary conditions are. Wesley, that you don't know what that means. So since you laughed, Jovan was going to define it for you. And this is why I said pause. You laughed. It was laughable. So now when we unmute you, we'd like you to explain to us what necessary conditions are.
What do you mean by necessary conditions?
Oof. So you
And-
do
and
need
by
to
the way,
hear the
so-
explanation because that actually means a specific thing. And really
So
only a
how-
person who doesn't know would ask
So
that
angry.
question.
Freaking won the election.
Sorry, what's that?
I'm just saying, dude. Like, you're so
Would you like
Now he's
Jovan to
talking
explain
about
it
the
to you because you
election.
don't know what it is?
Who gives a shit about the election? That's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm saying you guys are
God
bitter about
damn,
everything.
pivot,
You guys are
pivot,
bitter
like
about what's going on.
what you're doing,
Go
what you're
around
doing,
white
Wesley, and I'm gonna become the Jimmy of this call. I'm gonna become the Jimmy of this call for a
Let's not
second.
make that
What
a
you're
verb.
doing, Wesley, what you're doing is you realized, oh shit, I'm not
Adjective.
smart enough to have this conversation, so I'm gonna pivot to a million things right now. And the thing you're pivoting to now is, oh well, this is why you guys lost the election. I don't give a fuck about any of that, Wesley. Stay on fucking topic. If you're gonna be a little whiny bitch and move off of the topic, there's no reason to keep you here. As Jimmy said, it's 1:26 in the morning for me. I'll just move on and talk to somebody else. So either stop being a whiny little brat or engage in the actual conversation. Which one do you want to do? Because you can't do both. You can't be a whiny little brat who engages in the conversation. You can either be a whiny little brat or be a good faith interlocutor. Which one do you want to be, Wesley? My
Somebody
God.
go back before I unmute
I miss
Wesley.
other
Will somebody
Wesley.
go back to the beginning of the call and tell me how many minutes in it was? Because it wasn't long when Wesley first complained about being interrupted. Because I think we're up to like every single sentence we've tried to say has been interrupted by Wesley. And I just love the juxtaposition, the irony. Most of these guys can't define irony either. Wesley, as we unmute you, what are necessary conditions?
Again, you guys claim all this shit, but you haven't let me get a single fucking point out fully.
shit.
You will.
Sir, last time you had the opportunity to get points out, you switched to the election. You switched to the election, Wesley. You haven't been able to stick to a point.
Fucking debate,
Uh-huh.
or do you want to keep sucking dick, you little faggot?
Wesley, I know I'm a faggot. I've been a faggot for 20 goddamn years. Do you think you can hurt me with that word? Oh no. Oh no, Wesley called me a faggot. Oh, it hurts so much more than when members of my family did. This random nobody. Hey, Wesley, the difference between you and me is that I know I'm a faggot, but you're the one who sits there and is going to jerk off tonight to the thought of me inside you. So Wesley, as you're here, you're complaining, you're trying to throw out slurs and whatever else. You've just proven you are who we think you are, which is a bigot. I get to use that word because it's my word. But literally, you want us to sit here and hear from the person, I'm not anti-trans, I'm reasonable. I want to hear, I'm here to have a debate, you fucking faggot. Yeah, man, you're the guy. You're the guy. I'm going to unmute you. Do you have any words you'd like to call Jovan? Just curious. What words do you have for Jovan, Wesley?
Have you seen that South Park episode?
Uh-huh.
Where they describe the term here. I don't want to get y'all in trouble for
Was it the phrase necessary conditions? Are you able to give us the South Park definition of that, or have you given up because you weren't able to divert to this is why you guys lost the election? Look at us, Jovan and I jimmying together.
You guys are so bitter about everything. You guys lose your fucking shit.
So
Do you know what I'm bitter about? Do you know what I'm bitter about? Jimmy, you want to hear what I'm actually bitter about? I'm bitter about people that try to come in here to debate and then flounder the second they're pushed on their positions. So I'm going to ask you one more time. I'm going to ask you one more time for what your necessary condition is for someone to be a man. I'm just going to pretend you know what it means because you refuse to engage. So what is your necessary condition for someone to be a man, Wesley? Can you answer that question? Is it possible?
Dick, balls, X, Y.
Great.
If you're not born
so
with
if
it,
someone
then
doesn't have a dick and balls, what are they? If someone doesn't have a dick and balls, what are they?
Can't even speak.
You did speak. You said dick and balls. I didn't give you an open-ended question. I didn't say whatever the fuck you want. I asked for the necessary condition. You gave the necessary condition. I don't want to hear shit else after that, Wesley. I don't want to hear shit else after that. You gave the necessary condition. That's all I wanted to hear. Know your place. So dick and balls.
Was my show. That's Wesley right now. I thought
Dick
this was
and
my
balls
show.
are the necessary condition. So what is someone who has penile agenesis? What are they? They don't have a dick and balls. So what are they?
Biological anomaly.
I didn't
Must
ask if
I
they had,
spell it
but
out
what
for
is
you?
their gender? So all of a sudden we have 3 genders in the United States. It's man,
They're
woman, and
still a man.
biological anomaly.
They got the XY chromosome. They're a man.
Oh, thank you, Wesley. Thank you for proving my fucking point. So you don't need a dick and balls to be a man. You could be a man without a dick and balls. Thank you, Wesley, for
But
being
again, there's
fucking
never
stupid.
been a
So you've
human
proven
being
to me,
recorded,
you've proven
not
to me,
born
Wesley,
with-
you've proven to me there's been multiple human beings recorded without dick and balls, Wesley. You're just a fucking idiot.
Name
So
one.
you've proven
Name
to me,
Name
Wesley, fun
Name
fact
one.
about medical,
Name
Wesley,
one.
I gave
Your
you the
dad.
case study.
One.
I gave
Your
you the
dad.
case study, Wesley.
One.
I gave you the case study of 6 people.
One.
I gave it to you. Do you want the DOI number? You want the
Your
DOI
dad's
number
one
of the
of them.
case? Do you want the DOI number?
Here's the thing. I want.
Do you want the
I
Do you
didn't see
want the
any case study.
DOI
I'm not-
number? Do you want the case study DOI number, Wesley? 10.10.1016/S0022-3468 parentheses 87 parentheses 80441-4. That's the case study of 6 people, Wesley, who had penile genesis. You fucking idiot. You dumb fuck.
And when was it?
God damn. I really think mothers should stop letting their children breastfeed till the age of 13 because Wesley is what we get when that happens.
Tilmar, I'm going to
My
steal half of your
fucking
joke
God,
for the
bro.
record. Hey, Wesley, Wesley, hang on. I have a genuine question for you. It's in good faith. I want your actual, honest, legitimate answer. As long as you answer the question, we'll keep going. Otherwise, we'll move on. In your life, do you find it is a struggle to neither be a grower or a shower?
Oh, dude, my dick is huge. I fuck more bitches than you've ever seen in your entire life. I'm a sexual degenerate.
Of course he calls
Like,
women
I have a
bitches.
problem.
Of course he does.
I love
Of
women.
course he calls women bitches. Of course.
Wesley,
Of course, because that's all women are to you, are objects.
Wesley, can
we
you
got
get
it.
one of them on the line?
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Rip
Wesley,
her
Wesley,
object,
Wesley,
bro.
Wesley, can you get one of them on the line, please? I'd like to talk to her.
No.
Can you
I
get
make
the
them all
last
hate
person
me.
you had sex with on the line? I can get the last person I had sex with on the line. Would you like that?
Penny for short. My ex-girlfriend, Latina, Francesca.
Can you get her on the line?
Bad as fuck. My other
Can you get her
ex,
on the line, Wesley?
Ella,
Hey, Wesley, I don't believe any of these people exist. Can you get one of them on the line? I can get the last person I had sex with on the line.
You see, Francesca blocked me.
Hey, Wesley, can you get one of these people you fucked on the line? Can you get one of them on? Is that a no?
What?
Does she go is she from Canada? She's a model in Canada?
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
she doesn't
from
go to this
Colorado.
school.
Yeah.
She doesn't go to this school.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You see how you guys like try
I
to
know.
Wesley, you called
know.
me a faggot like 5 minutes ago. How are you going to try? Wesley, you're literally, I muted you again. You're literally trying to grandstand about how much better you are than us. You just called me a faggot. Literally, you just did it 5 minutes ago. What leg do you think you have to stand on? And look, I still acknowledge you're a man, even though your penis is an innie, okay? Because you identify as a man. Who cares if people have looked at it and gone, this seems more like a clit than a dick, but I guess I'll run with it. Like, I respect you. You're a man. You're not defined by those defunct genitals, even though you're letting them define you by calling in and telling strangers they're faggots. Wesley, I have to say, of all the Wesleys I've ever met, you're certainly the most recent. May this universe have mercy on your dumb, dumb soul. See, this is the problem with you guys. I mean, I know I just called you the faggot and you are a queer man, but let me tell you the problem with you guys. Okay, I gotta tell you the problem with you guys. There's this video that lives rent free in my mind. It might be the same one that Arden was telling us about, but there are these 2 guys talking, and one of them kind of talks like that guy whose voice I shouldn't have made fun of, but I did. And anyway, the guy kind of talks like that.
Won't let that go.
No, okay, but this video is so funny. The guy, I don't know anything else about the creator, so if these guys are nightmares, I literally don't know a single other thing. They're talking to each other and they're like having a I am very badass off, and the guy said something along the lines of like, you hear a knock at the door, you answer it, and there's nobody there. Suddenly you hear something behind you. You turn around, there's no one there. It's me. I'm in front of you.
I do want to say, every person I know on the internet has said, "Oh, princess.
Oh, princess.
Princess, how are you?" Every single one of you. All of you. So, like...
I keep doing do you even know the Constitution of America? that one hits too hard.
I'm widowy climbing my mountain right now. Everybody's done that voice.
I can't believe I was getting talked down, like I was getting tone policed by the guy who called me the
Guy
fucking.
called you the F slur. It's so
I probably am saying it too often for monetization. Repeating
Oh,
it too
100%
often,
you
but-
are, yeah.
But legitimately, like, my guy, like, what? You are not impressive. Are you joking? All right.
I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed that he's gone because I really wanted to ask him if he also had $90,000 in music equipment.
I like that Jimmy was trying so hard for him to say, yeah, pull up the last person that you slept with. Jimmy wanted him to do that so badly.
I wanted to talk to her. Or are you saying bring on Luthien? Which one were you saying? You wanted
him to say yes, so you could bring Luthien on the phone.
Oh, more than that. For me that was like when somebody asks your age and they won't tell you theirs. Like, I'll tell you mine. I'm 36. You can talk to the last person I fucked. She's here with us in the room. You can talk to her right now. I really actually wanted to see if he would try to get like, I don't know, a sister or a cousin to pretend, or if he literally was like, I'll get her right now. She's right here. Hello. This is Weslina. I'm Weslina, a totally different person and somehow British. That's what I wanted. Oh my God.
Bro.
You should have put on you know how you can voice change to a girl?
Oh my God.
You should have gone, excuse me, I'm right here. That would have been
Yeah,
so
I didn't even
funny.
think of that. Holy shit, yeah.
That would have been fucking funny.
That would have been a fucking, if I had just like whipped this shit out. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it to work real quick.
By the way, I was mad you didn't laugh at my joke. I'm going to be honest. That hurt my feelings. I'm hoping you just didn't hear it.
Which joke specifically?
That's so fucking funny. You should be like,
Which-
I'm right
which
here.
joke are
We
you
just
talking
had
about?
sex. When I said, Wesley, I have a good faith question to ask you. I want to know honestly. Does it hurt to not be a grower or shower?
That was what was the one that I said that was really funny? I already forgot it.
I forgot it too.
I said during that like rant.
What'd you say?
I said something really funny during that like rant with him, but I don't remember what it was.
It was, I don't know either. I was just hoping you missed it. I thought somebody had said something about like, so-and-so is not a grower. So that's why I said I'm going to steal half your joke. And that's why I asked, how does it feel to not be a grower or a shower?
Like what if I hate when they know like well that how many times has that happened? And then I give him a case study of and give me the names of people. I'm like, bro, we have HIPAA. We have HIPAA laws.
You know you're still doing the voice, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just double checking.
Here, I'll switch it to this one, which is called Mommy.
Oh my God. Don't do that
Yeah.
one. It's going to make me have strange feelings.
What's this one?
Also, was he just naming girls from Limbo #5 or whatever that song is? It's like a little bit
the
Francesca. Oh no,
No,
more.
it's Mambo number 5.
Mambo #5. Yeah. Was that his list of names? It seemed like it was.
Oh, I remind me I have to show you when I post it. The last call that I had today on my stream might be the funniest call I've ever had in my life.
Dude, you have the voice of one of those girls who seems like they're always holding back, cracking up right now. Where it seems like
it's
they're
doing
like,
a really weird thing on this one.
yeah, it keeps rising at the end. And so it sounds like you're like, and then I was like,
Let's pick another one.
what are you doing? Like you're literally about to crack up.
It's
Huh?
not bad, but it's really quiet.
It is lower.
Damn.
Should we bring on
This is a good
Jacob?
one. Yeah. Can I keep the voice the whole time?
Yeah, I don't dare challenge you ever. My audience likes you way more than me.
Wait, what?
Host one. What about host? Can I have host voice?
It's too robotic. It doesn't sound that good. It crackles too much.
Yeah, well, it's supposed to be Stephen Hawking.
Holy shit, that was nice.
This one is, this one's corpse has an oops. I don't know if you actually have told it that. This one's called that.
E-boy. Oh, this just sounds like me.
Which is a problem if you think about it. What is that? What does that say about you?
All my voice is a little too quiet. Oh, this
All right, let
one's
me.
pretty good.
That
Let
one's
me
all
turn
right.
it off. Let me turn it off.
All right,
Let
I
me
turned
bring
it
in
off.
Jacob. Jacob, Ohio, independent. You're calling in. I think your phone number's cool, but I won't read it out loud. But I'm jealous of it.
Oh yeah. Oh, all the goth girls love that one. How you doing, Jovan? I'm sorry, I fuck your name up sometimes. My bad. Favorite Konami game, real quick, Jovan.
What's happening?
You always got Konami up on your. What's your
Hey,
favorite
hey,
Konami
Jacob, do you
game by
think
any chance?
do
You
you
always
think
got
ma-
Konami up on your stuff.
would it be okay if we finished your intro?
Oh yes, that's fine.
Cool, Jacob.
That's fine.
Would you prefer that our audience refers to you as a he, she, they, or something else?
I don't care, whatever they want. I don't really care. It doesn't bother me.
Well, they want usually whatever you want. So if truly whatever they want, they want to know what your preference is.
We'll leave this one up to the people. That's the preference. They can call me Big Titty Golf Girl. That's fine.
That's
anyway,
not a pronoun, though. You know?
I mean, technically anything could be a pronoun.
It just feels like if you're not going to just answer when you and I both know there is a preference answer, that like I'm worried this means you're not going to engage in good faith at all.
Oh, I always engage in good faith. I don't really
Okay.
care. I mean, they could call me he, him, they. I don't care.
All right, we'll go with he, him, they then, because I don't think that that's true. I think that if you overheard a conversation about yourself from people you knew and heard they were referring to you as, say, for example, a she, you would wonder if they were making fun of you because it doesn't match your preference. Anyway, Jacob, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 29, man.
Excellent. All right. What point did you call in to make?
To be honest, I was on hold for so long I kind of forgot. It was mostly the government spending, mostly, and that I firmly believe neither political party, Republicans and Democrats, they lack the political capital and the will to pass a balanced budget.
And who's worse?
And that is, who is worse? Well, that is a good question. So if you look at the 2025 congressional budget pass, that was pretty fucking bad. I don't know if I can swear. I'm sorry. I apologize if I'm not allowed to.
No, yeah, you're not.
That was pretty bad. We saw an 84% cut towards the Department of Education.
Mm-hmm. Traditionally,
not good,
who's
not
worse?
good.
Like generally, who gets the deficit down and gets us closer to a balanced budget? Republicans or Democrats?
So,
like, let's just say for the last 50 years.
Year on year average over the last 10 years, according to the U.S. Treasury data put out, both parties, with the budgets they have passed, have raised the deficit on average by $1.5 trillion.
Would you repeat
per
what my
year.
question was?
So, well, your question was to pick which side gets us closer, but both sides on
No,
the
which
budgets they have passed
which side
voted
traditionally
on budgets.
reduces the deficit, and
Well,
which
technically,
side gets us
the deficit
closer?
hasn't been reduced since the deficit hasn't been reduced since 2001. That's the last time the U.S. Treasury ran a positive income. So, in 2001, if I
That's not what
remember correctly,
reducing
it
the
was Bush Jr., but
deficit
those
means.
policies,
Positive income wouldn't mean a reduced deficit. So Joe Biden literally
positive income
did
coming in.
reduce the amount of spending that they were on track to do, and the amount of spending that they actually did do was reduced. So I feel like you're trying to make this more sophisticated an answer than it is. It's extremely clear that I agree, neither are good for the economy because capitalist economies are bad in general. One of them, between Harris and Trump, and based on everything we knew, was clearly going to be worse for it. And one of them was clearly going to more dramatically increase income inequality, which when assessing the economy, that is the number you should worry the most about, not the stock market, for example.
So your original question was which party was better for the budget, which for our national deficit and getting
that
us
wasn't my
closer to
original
running a
question. That was
positive
my
budget.
most recent question.
The last president that did
wasn't
that
my
was
original. That
Bill
was my
Clinton.
most
That's
recent.
the last time the U.S.
Wait, Jacob. Before we continue with this conversation, I need you to do something for me. When you go to respond to us, take a beat, take 3 seconds, and then start your response. Because right now it feels like you're trying to talk, like you're just talking through us. You're not taking in what we're saying and then responding based on that.
Well, no,
the question.
And I literally tried
I
to.
hear what you're saying.
Hold on, Jacob.
I'm sorry. I'm
please,
on
Jacob,
the thing,
please.
so you got to work with me a little here.
Jacob. So are both of us. Both of us are as well.
Okay. Fair enough.
When it comes to budgets passed by Democratic and Republican administrations. On average, which administration passes budgets that reduce the deficit? We're not saying get rid of the deficit, but reduce it.
Well, technically, if you want to go with that, it would be Bill Clinton, the Bill Clinton style of Democrats back in the 90s. Technically, yes.
No. It happened under
Proportionally speaking, yes.
Obama and Biden also.
Biden reduced the deficit from the deficit Trump did in his first term. Biden reduced the deficit from the deficit Bush did in his 2 terms.
I'm worried that you're listening, Jacob. We need a word for this. Maybe there is one. I call it Kellyanne Conwaying. I'm worried that you're listening for key terms and you're attaching to those and not the greater point, because it's already been clarified to you. Great. It's already been clarified to you what we're talking about, and yet all you seem to be hearing is the word budget, and then your brain goes balanced budget, last balanced budget, Bill Clinton. Well, it would have to be the Bill Clinton, when that's not the question we're asking. And fundamentally, the original question was, which one's worse? And so then I gave you the additional context to help you hone in on it, which is what I'm here for. And clearly, if you're talking about
the term you were looking for, by the way,
economy,
Jimmy, is cherry picking.
well, yes and no. Like Kellyanne cherry picking to me is like, I'm going to talk about this verse from the Bible and this verse from the Bible and ignore all the ones that don't work for my confirmation bias. Kellyanne Conway, when she listens, somebody will say something and they'll incidentally use the word swimming pool in a metaphor, and she'll go, you want to say swimming pools? How about them letting trans people in sports? That's what I was talking about. Yeah, it's kind of like, anyway, it's just going off on like a keyword tangent, and it needs its own word. Anyway, so now you've had it clarified to you, Jacob. Hang on, Jacob. You've now had it clarified to you. And the way that I will give it to you again, so you can have it clarified. And instead of that going, no, let's go back to the version of the question I liked before, just answer this one. Which one clearly?
Well, I was trying to answer the original base question. My apologies.
No, and I already explained to you, you weren't answering the original question.
Yeah.
You were answering the question that you were trying to turn the original question into, which wasn't the original question. So now I'm going to do it for the 5th time. Please don't interrupt this time. Okay. Which one, while both are bad for the economy, is either less bad or more good, as defined by which one does not explode more dramatically wealth inequality?
Well, I will politely bow out because that is not the original thing I wanted to debate about. I will politely bow out and I will yield the floor to the next caller.
Jacob, yes, it is. You said that they're both bad for the economy, and this is the economy. What do you mean by the economy?
Well,
Did you only mean the stock
my-
market?
No. I was talking about the government spending is in the budget.
But you literally told us and the screener that it was about the economy. And so we're asking about, was one, because you had two choices. Was one clearly, Jesus Christ, Jacob, I'm going to finish my point. Was one candidate clearly worse for the economy?
What I told the screener was the economic. You know what? I'm just going to bow out. I'm going to save you guys your time and yield to the next caller.
Okay, Jacob.
Have a good night.
By the way, what you told the screener was, I'm calling in to debate why I didn't vote in 2024 for an economic perspective. Both sides weren't good for the economy. That's what you told the screener, just for the record. Jesus Christ.
That works because I'm hardlining pulling out at 2:00. So
that's the first time I've heard you were ever going to pull out. James in Florida, you are on the line. James in Florida, you're on the line with Jimmy and Jovan. James, how old are you?
I think, don't you have it on my thing? I forgot what I told you. I'm 30.
So you're not 30.
Does it matter really? I'm sorry. I'm 35. Does that help?
So what was your motivation to lie about your age?
I just generally don't like talk about think that my age is relevant. But again, if you want to make a deal out of it, we can.
Why instead not just say, I will tell you that I'm an adult, but I don't want to disclose my age? Why go with lying? Because now I guess I'm supposed to accept that your name is James, and I'm supposed to accept that you're actually a leftist, seemingly calling to support the war of Iran, or no, whether or not Kamala Harris would have been
No,
likely to
I think
attack?
we can make it quick because I like it's been a while, and I
Thanks.
think you guys have moved like 2 positions. It was I think actually Jovan even said this, that he doesn't think that Kamala wouldn't be in a war with Iraq. If that's the case, you guys, I mean, we can move on. If you want to talk about your last question about the economy, the largest like transfer of wealth has actually happened under 2 Democrats, which was under Biden and under Obama, the 2008 financial crisis and the COVID crisis. Now we can say that that's circumstantial, but that was like the largest swap in.
I don't even disagree with you, but it wouldn't be irrelevant to point out that it is circumstantial. Like you can, the way you put it was it's kind of not relevant that it was circumstantial. It actually is pretty relevant that it's circumstantial. Also, under both of those, you had expansions of small businesses happening. So while you can say there was a biggest transfer of wealth, there was also a higher amount of people lifting out of poverty and starting small businesses. And the Republican administrations has been crushing those and causing record levels of bankruptcies. But I do want to stick with your Iran thing, actually.
Well, I want to just clarify my position.
Sure, babe. Will you bring me a packet of Cold Star? I mean,
my position was Kamala Harris made it clear on the campaign trail she wanted to renegotiate the Iranian nuclear deal. However, she also said if that couldn't happen and Iran did pose to be a nuclear threat, she would engage with, or she wouldn't take military intervention off the table. However, I do believe that Kamala Harris probably would have listened when her national intelligence said Iran is not a nuclear threat, whereas Donald Trump did not.
I mean, even if she didn't, even if she didn't, this would be something that we would be talking about in her second term. The timing of this is 100% Israel Trump. That wouldn't have the 2025 initial strike and the 2026 now war. That's a Trump Israel thing, and that's a thing that it would be hard to defend. Would have happened with the same timing.
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, we can get into the realms of speculation on both of that. The thing about it is, under Biden, Israel was attacking Lebanon, and they allowed that. Also, we increased the sanctions on Iran under Biden. A matter of fact, we tried to negotiate with them, I think, and then after October 7th, we froze their assets again and then increased sanctions on them. The reason why we're increasing sanctions on them specifically was because they weren't getting the economic lag that we were hoping they would, because they were
All right, James, you're going to have to stop because you don't even know, and I do it too, so I'm not going to blame you. You are gish galloping. You made the point about Lebanon and you didn't stop for any input about Lebanon. You are correct. The Biden administration did allow attacks. I don't need your permission. I'm just going to go ahead and do it. You're correct. The Biden administration did allow attacks in Lebanon, and it was fucking gross and a part of why Joe Biden is a genocidal maniac. There is a difference between what we would have allowed Israel to do, which would be why in that alternative reality, I'm right now talking mad shit about the Kamala Harris administration and the things they're letting Israel do. There's quite something different from that and firing from our bases Tomahawk missiles and sending our boats to the Strait of Hormuz. These are different topics entirely.
So on what you're saying, if you're trying to say that the way that we would have gone about it would be different, perhaps. But I do think that it would still be a military engagement that would involve our forces. Now, do I agree that the way that... Okay. Well, do you
and I think that's pure
there?
speculation on your part. I think actually Iran wished to return to the deal. I
think they
to a nuclear deal like they had before.
I think they did too.
Yep, and so motivated to do so, I think we would have ended up there.
Again, I think they wanted to return too, but I don't think that that's the reason why the conflict is happening. That's just,
well, if you have if you elect an administration who's not open to that deal versus an administration that is open to that deal, I definitely think that has a large part to do why we got a war instead of the deal.
No, I think that the way that Biden was moving at the end of his administration kind of showed that this was about. I think this had more to do geopolitically with China.
Biden wasn't running.
Them signing. Huh?
Biden wasn't running at the end of his administration. Biden actually was signaling lowering support for Netanyahu, and there was even reasons to believe that Kamala Harris was trying to do the tightrope of keeping AIPAC donors while planning to be very harsher with Netanyahu after he got into office. But I have no interest in what your speculation about what a second Biden term would be. We are talking about a Kamala Harris term and what she was.
Also, y'all got me for 5 more minutes before I peace out.
I think the problem here is that we're talking about the wants of the Democratic Party and the powers that be, not just an individual Biden. Now, what you're saying about Netanyahu, I agree with. I think that in general, the oligarch class is not a fan of Netanyahu, and he would have gotten ousted by the Democrats. But the overall politics of Israel would have stayed largely the same. The reason why Netanyahu backed Trump in the first place was because Netanyahu's on
these are like huge. You're once again trying to push past huge claims you just made, and not wanting the commentary to slow down at Israel would have stayed politically consistent even with the ousting of Netanyahu. I think that's as likely as America staying consistent if Trump left and we got J.D. Vance. I'm not one of the people who very stupidly say J.D. Vance will be worse, because he can't be. J.D. Vance can't pull it off, and people who could realistically replace Netanyahu and a Harris administration would be willing to work with more than work with Netanyahu, or at least as much as the way they were willing to with before. There isn't a realistic alternative where the ousting of Netanyahu wouldn't have massively changed things for Israel.
And again, I disagree when you look at the Israeli cabinet and the statements they were making outside of Netanyahu. I think that and if you look at the history of Israel, they've been since before Netanyahu, and certainly after Netanyahu, they would be still pushing the same Zionist agenda.
This is like moving the goalpost while trying to make it sound the same. No one here is saying there wouldn't still be a Zionist. Stop. No one here isn't saying there wouldn't still be a Zionist agenda. Just like no one here isn't saying that Kamala Harris wouldn't have still served oligarchs and capitalists. The question is different, and you declared there would be no difference. And I'm declaring there would be some difference. Might be a small amount of difference, but it would be some.
Right.
You're the one who set the bar so easy to beat.
This is where you have to quibble about what you mean by meaningful and what you mean by difference, because
you said no, I don't, because you said there would be no difference.
Okay, so the difference is Netanyahu's trying to buy his freedom, and I don't think he would have got it under the Democrats. Is that the difference we want to talk about?
No. Why would that be the difference we want to talk about? The difference we want to talk about would be what I just laid out, that there would be, and we don't even have time now because Jovan has 3 minutes left in him, and I want Jovan to feel though he didn't want to take your call in the first place. Jovan, do you want to participate in this call?
Not really. It's just, I feel like we're back to the same conversation we had the last time we talked to, like, no offense, James. I just feel like we're back to the exact same conversation we had the last time.
I'd like to add some offense. It's just useless pedantry and pure speculation that isn't actually based on the patterns that we see before. Like, if I was trying to fight me right now, the point I would have made is like, Jimmy, if that point's so solid, why didn't Joe Biden seek to renew a nuclear deal with Iran when he was in office? Like, I can fight myself better than the people who I'm fighting.
Because I already made the point already that the end of Biden's term, his increase in sanctions was, and on finishing this point, was to create the economic situations, which he did create the protests that happened in 2025, and that would have been the excuse to go ahead and do military intervention in Iran. That's generally the Democrats' MO when they do war things. They did it under Obama. They did it under Jimmy Carter. Like and under Clinton. This is a pattern of behavior, and the Democrats, how the Democrats move to fulfill U.S. imperialism. Same reason why he put a hit out on the door before he left.
The guy, he's once again just going off and not stopping and stuff. I've kind of just checked out.
Huh?
Cool.
Thanks, James. Good night, bud. I'm just at the point
I've made
of,
my.
Am I gonna have to start doing this?
Very clear.
Should I start doing it at the end of every call? Like, hey guys, here are the good arguments that would have at least made me break a fucking sweat. Call in next time with these. See if I'm ready for them.
I mean, like I said, I made my position pretty clear that Kamala said that she wanted to renegotiate a deal, and if a deal could be negotiated, so she said she would possibly consider military intervention. I think Trump, since Obama, Democrats have not moved the needle on military intervention, whereas Donald Trump did, and I think almost any other Republican would not have.
Yep.
I think Donald Trump is the only person. Mitt Romney
Lindsey
wouldn't have
Graham.
done it.
Lindsey
I don't
would
think.
have.
I don't
Lindsey's.
even. You think?
The only thing I'm trying to, it was going to be too crossing too much of a line in as far as gay jokes go. Lindsey Graham gets erect thinking about nuking Iran, like turning it into a fucking parking lot. Yeah.
Well,
Iran kind of sounds like a lady's name, and that's the closest thing to a lady that gives Lindsey Graham an erection.
That's crazy. All right. Jovan's going to bed. It's 2 a.m.
I'm glad I came in. Sorry I ruined the first James call. I did have fun though.
No,
you know what
been,
that was?
Been good.
I listened to the rest of the show while I was working on stuff, and I had a lot of